Doing here the playoff brackets. It's day number 2. We had some really fun best of 5 series yesterday, and now we got a spicy little PvP and a TVT best of 5 coming at you.
Going to be all mirror matchups here today. Yesterday turned out to be really exciting. I really enjoyed the Raynor versus ByuN match. If you missed that, I think maybe my favorite series so far here in the RSL for the season. So we have Cure and ByuN now up here in the winners semis in the A section of the bracket. Today it's going to be Trigger Classic versus Maru ByuN.
Yeah, and I'm excited for this Trigger Classic game. Classic, kind of surprising.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day here. Another day of the RSL, the Revival StarCraft League Season 2 Playoffs. Day number 2. I'm of course Showside VIP. Of course, I'm joined by State and Tasteless, as they are of course covering over on the main RSL channel. And we're here with our second day of the broadcast. Yesterday, of course, we were live with RSL Playoffs Day number 1. As we were mentioning, we just wrapped up with Cure versus Shin and Raynor versus ByuN. I do agree that ByuN versus Raynor was a lot of fun, was very dynamic. I mean, so was Cure versus Shin, as Cure was very aggressive with mech, with 8 racks, with all-ins, with hyper aggression, with 2 racks Reaper, even 3 racks Reaper. So hyper aggression out of Cure did shut Shin down, but we are now getting ready for our next 2 best of 5s. It is going to be best of 5 between Trigger and Classic, also Maru and ByuN. So non-stop mirror matchups here tonight. Exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. I say mirror matchups. I'm still waiting to see if Maru plays Terran, because Maru has been off racing his Protoss and even beat Shin with his Protoss in the group stage. It was crazy. It was crazy, but Maru did actually off race with success. So we'll see if he does that again, as he has been playing more and more Protoss as of late, referring to Maru, of course. So we'll get there, For now, of course, they're just kind of wrapping up and showcasing the overall schedule for the year. Again, there are going to be 3 seasons of RSL. We're here in Season 2, and it all leads into a big offline finals in South Korea with a booked venue as well. So really exciting stuff leading into the end of 2025. Otherwise, hope you'll enjoy yourselves. Hope you all did enjoy yourselves, papi. See Este Slow Joe asking about our sleep schedule. I mean, as we mentioned before, bam, you can see it here. For the next couple of days, starting yesterday, you can see that usually we have 2 casts a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. But for the next 5 days, we have double booked back-to-back evening casts. So yesterday we had RSL into Podcast. Tonight we have RSL into Galaxy. Tomorrow RSL into Maestros. Then RSL into Maestros again. And then RSL into Maestros. But it's still 2 casts a day, 2 tournament casts a day, but now we're going to be booking them back to back instead of usually having 1 in the morning. And we could still do an extra 1 in the morning if we wanted to, but it would be nice to get some sleep. It would be nice. Just because of the schedule of these current tournaments, this is how we currently have things set up for the next couple of days. Starting next week, we should be going back to normal with the morning cast of Pegasus Cup and all these other morning casts as well. I say morning cast, morning for us, but it's more of an NA cast, or better NA cast time. Meanwhile, this is more of an EU-friendly cast time. And typically we have both, right? We have 1 for NA, 1 for EU, typically.
You know how every year someone on Reddit is having a panic? What's going to happen with StarCraft 2? What's next? We're not going anywhere, okay? We love StarCraft.
They're just talking about their Patreon.
So if you want to support us, you know that RSL is always going to be here. We've got different tiers that we offer.
True. Exclamation mark RSL in the chat to get a link to the Patreon page of the RSL. True.
Spots for players.
Oh, the RSL
maps. And yeah, I mean, support what you love. So consider getting on our Patreon. We would love to have you guys.
Let's have merch as well.
Yeah,
True.
And of course, if you support on Patreon, you also get a 20% discount on all Tasteless TV merch at tastelessthreads.com. And that doesn't just.
I also mentioned before as well that when it comes to the RSL, it still feels like they're teething. It still feels like they're kind of finding their footing and kind of exploring themselves. And I do feel like more content is on the horizon, or at least it should be. There's definitely a lot of ideas for what else they can do, given that they have a studio space in South Korea. So I'm hoping that they can bring more to the table. I expect, RSL to adapt and grow and change over the course of the year, over the course of the 3 seasons.
You guys are Terran players. You've got very tender wrists.
The
Okay?
Cross players are fine.
You've destroyed your wrists with Stutter Step Micro. Don't worry, we'll eventually get those wrist guards.
All the merch.
On a serious note, guys, you need to join our YouTube. Please subscribe there. Even if you watch.
True. Exclamation mark YouTube in the chat. True. Hold on, I got you.
Please go and subscribe, like the videos on YouTube if you want to do something that's free.
Oh, the
And
YouTube.
it's help support us. We're trying to get this show pushed out
Let's go.
as much as possible into the StarCraft algorithm. There's a lot of people that they don't follow StarCraft so much on news sites or forums. in some ways, it is kind of a dated way to keep up with things. Now it's about algorithms, right? So
I do like that they're pushing the YouTube just because YouTube has so many more viewers than Twitch in regards to StarCraft. Like there's a lot of potential. There's a lot of kind of like untapped potential on YouTube. So they're trying to push that. Oh, we got our players. Let's go.
Spoiler-free playlist for season 1 and for season 2. It's just a
And we got our videos as well.
Digest RSL, whether you want to relive moments after watching them live.
As a reminder, the RSL do feature a custom map pool. They've gotten rid of some maps. They've added new maps as well.
PvP coming at you. Trigger versus Classic. Of course, winner of this match is going to move on into the upper bracket semifinals. Loser is not out of
And based on the videos, we have Persephone, Botanical, Tokamak, Kill Switch, and Ultralove. I'm very curious to cast and see Botanical because Botanical is one of the newer maps added to the map pool. And I have very limited knowledge about Botanical. I have no idea. we saw one game on Botanical, I think during Shin vs. Cure. One game.
So I'm interested in seeing how this goes. It looks like game 1 has loaded up. It's going to be on the map. Persephone, let's get this best of 5 started.
Let's go.
All right, spawning down here in the bottom left, blue Protoss. It is Trigger. And in the top left of the red Protoss, it is Classic. And one of the things that's really impressed me with Trigger, not just this year as he's kind of come to the forefront of especially American Protoss players in general. You know, for a long time it felt like it was just
American?
Australia that was on top of the Americas, but
there you go.
now Trigger is looking
it's
so
like
spectacular.
He's not American,
but he reminds me a little bit of Huck, just the flair with which
he's from Americas, the Americas. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Get your Gamba going. Get your Gamba going.
I'm sure I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. Our producer
also, very quickly, as we get into Classic versus Trigger, I expect this to be a very short series. Classic is very fond of one base all-ins and proxy robo. Trigger is also very fond of proxy robo and one base all-ins, so we expect hyper-aggression between these two players.
He told me, he corrected my pronunciation like a month or two ago when we were talking about this.
The clicking rhythm game is Os.
Okay, well, to me as an American, it's Osu.
No,
yeah, it's
Osu. That can't be right. I thought the game was called Osu. Yeah, that's right.
But Trigger, he's really good at that game, and he's also
he is
a big player of these like custom maps in StarCraft 2 that are like micro trainers. I see him like tweeting about them occasionally.
Oh, is that
and,
right?
like challenge these Blink micro trainers. We have to go against like
Dude, that's so
a
funny.
supercomputer kind of thing and see if you can out micro it.
You know what? I haven't thought about micro trainers in a long time. I used to use them in StarCraft 1.
Mm-hmm.
I never messed with them in StarCraft 2.
Oh, they're so good in StarCraft 2.
Okay, that's interesting. I always in the back of my head wanted to do a Micro Wars tournament.
There's we would probably get players.
If you remember, we spoke about how Classic and Trigger have been very fond of like one base all-ins and proxy robo. We're getting it.
I can't remember the name of the map off the top of my head, but you kind of like you bid and draft the units, and then you do micro battles with everybody else in the lobby. Clement Trigger, anytime I join those lobbies, they always absolutely destroy.
Well, one of the things about those micro trainers is it teaches you.
Oh, okay, we have a Stargate. Open it back at home for Trigger.
Way you want to prioritize what you're attacking. You know what I mean? And
we're waiting to see what Classic throws down. He's got the sniper code. There it is. Proxy robo, one base all in. So one base all in out of Classic. He's going to send that across the map. Based on Trigger's vision, he's aware that a pylon is missing, I believe, but he has yet to find it.
He's put a proxy robo here. In the left center of the map.
He gets trapped.
So this is going to be very aggressive. Now,
he gets locked in.
Trigger is going for a Stargate opening, and basically, with this expansion, we're in about a minute here going to see this attack come in, and Trigger has to defend. If he loses here, he'll probably lose the game.
Yeah, and Trigger's going Oracle first behind this. He doesn't know about the proxy robo just yet, although he might be suspicious that there is a not an expansion, the natural expansion.
Well, he knows that a pilot is missing.
Classic, but with a Warp Prism coming online here in just a moment, and so many Stalkers and Adepts streaming across the map right now here for Classic.
So it's kind of a funny spot he hides that, because you can see on the map the scout actually never veers into that side. I think someone might look at this map and think the right side's a good spot to hide.
We are getting a safety shield battery. I think that's in the main base mineral line. He finds it! He confirms.
Honestly, spotting this when the Warp Prism's like only halfway done is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, that's going to give him a lot more time to prepare.
Who
The
gets
Void Ray
in?
was
Shield
immediately
battery's
queued
ready.
up after the Oracle, but with a shield battery here, it's not going to be easy for Trigger to get much damage done. He is just going to drain the energy here on this shield battery instead of going for the stasis trap there on the mineral line after he...
This is going to be a tough hold here for Trigger because he did commit into an expansion and he did not open up Robo, so I do give the edge to Classic. Classic does have the lead coming into this all-in. Void Rays will help, but Void Rays are not ideal defensively.
With a shield battery, that's
not as ideal as Immortals.
Okay, he's going to come in now. And I mean, the Stalker drop's going to be really tough to deal with. I guess the shield battery, actually, as long as the shots are staggered, can just keep healing this. The Warp Prism's going to drive this out.
Away the Prism.
Yeah, Classic so far not getting very much damage done, but
Yeah.
as the Robo player here of the Warp Prism, it's kind of more about hitting that critical mass of Stalkers. And so the fact that he hasn't lost anything yet, we're going to have 7 or 8 Stalkers, maybe even more, coming into that natural expansion in a moment.
I actually got a question for
worried.
you. I'm actually not sure. I always thought
Yeah.
you wanted to hit the front first with this and not drop in. But is that correct? You want to win with this by hitting the natural, right?
Yeah, but I think you need that critical mass. So now that
Shades
Classic
into the lane.
actually has it,
Oh,
he's
the
able
Void
to
Ray.
jump on this position. Some cheeky micro here. The
my
Warp
God, he
Prism
gets
as well,
one.
lifting up these low
he gets one.
HP
He's gonna get
Stalkers.
both.
And when you have
Goes
this
to the
many
warp in.
Stalkers, you can just dive on that natural expansion. The Void Ray is a little bit
It's
too
too
far
much.
forward right
It's
there.
too much,
and this is why
Fatty. It's
Classic
too
dropped
much.
in the main base earlier. You can't really do this attack successfully until you have that critical group of Stalkers. And with Trigger, he does have one more Void Ray coming in, but these shield batteries, they are a drain of energy. There's only 1 or 2 units that are warping in at a time. The probes are getting pulled. There is a possibility that Trigger is able to hold on, but with more Stalkers warping in, Tasteless, it's looking pretty grim.
Oh, apparently there was an Oracle killing workers up there. I don't know if that's going to be that impactful. I think there's still enough workers here to kind of get the momentum with the Stalkers brought back in.
Oh,
There's
nice
Warp
time with the
Prisms at
Stalker.
full health, so I mean,
Oh, the Void Ray.
it's not going to be taken out anytime soon here.
Goes down.
Excuse me, the Void Ray was, I don't know why I forgot what that unit was called. It was just picked off. Now, he's starting to push him back. The Warpins are not coming in as fast. But I do feel like we're right on the verge, right on the tipping point here of potentially this game being a victory right now.
Nice snipe. Pulls up,
Yeah,
boys.
Trigger's gonna be pulling all of the probes from that main mineral line. I like this decision a
Trigger,
lot.
he's
They're gonna be
controlling this
soaking up
well.
a lot of damage. The Stalkers, they're not able to dispatch those probes very
Not bad.
quickly. And for Trigger, considering that his economy is kind of bare bones in this moment,
But he has 2 bases. It's okay. Like, he's
it's a
down to
smart
16
move.
probes, but he has 2
He can't
Nexus.
really afford Void Ray production. He just
Like,
needs
Trigger,
to
he can't afford to
stabilize.
replace his economy.
Energy recharge is
Like,
gonna be
he's
available here in a
surviving.
moment again for
He's
Trigger.
holding on.
Use it on the main base
He still needs a little
earlier,
bit more, though.
If he can get it in the natural expansion,
Casito.
he might still hold on.
Yeah,
It's
I might have
looking
been wrong
scary,
here.
but
I want to take back what I said. I kind of thought the game was about to end, but Trigger's control was very good. I guess I was wrong also about the amount of workers that were still alive here for Classic because the Warpins really slowed down.
Guys, we were trying to point out, like, again, Trigger, he's on 2 bases. His economy is still good.
Just enough units that he can
Still
maybe
okay.
hang on here. Now, there's going to be a sentry made here, and this is going to
Oh, no,
force field
the
the ramp.
force field.
Execution
Never
on the
mind.
probes, bringing the number down to 14 alive in this game. There's really no way to save the Nexus. Yeah, you can see that there's just enough. It's actually so funny. Stays alive. Yeah, there's just enough energy on the shield battery that he can't quite kill that off. I think there's a world where you might even try to push up the
brutal
ramp
supply
here.
block.
He should have maybe a guardian.
Yeah, brutal
shield
supply
ready to
for
go.
Trigger. He kind of warp
With
in.
Warp Prism, I see there's no reason not to. You have vision on the high ground. You can take
Yeah.
down the gateway, the pylon, the shield battery all here, and even if you try to breach into the natural or into the main base on that ramp, you can just lift up the Stalkers that get isolated by the force field. So for Trigger, honestly, this was closer a hold than I was imagining it would be after those 2 Void Rays just got jumped onto the natural expansion a few minutes ago. But with his tenacity and his control, he has been able to make this a closer game. Unfortunately for Trigger, Classic is just starting to pull away.
I mean,
in this
Trigger,
one.
he's still
22
supplied book. He's in
17.
supplied book for like a
Natural
minute now.
expansion
It's
is falling here for
brutal.
Trigger, and like I said, some of these units, they get isolated on the ramp, but with a Warp Prism, you can't really get any of the finishing kills here against a player with Classic's caliber of micro.
Yeah, I mean, Trigger
that's
is
such-
hurting
it's such a
right
late
now.
robo.
Now, Classic, he's locked in here. He's going to
So
try to come in
delayed.
here with a killing blow. He can juggle the units back out. Now, there's a world where this game just goes on, okay? I think Classic may be able to come in here with that killing blow in a little bit. There's an Immortal being made back at home, by the way, which is basically a anti-stalker unit for
Gets
the
the
scenario
faces.
in this game.
Oof.
The Oracle's been picked off, so that little caveat in this game is gone. You know, the opportunity to maybe try to get workers killed there. Basically, with the Warp Prism still at full health, you got to remember, Stalkers, the way this game works, the shots have to connect for the damage to be done, which creates this micro potential where you can actually have your Stalkers dodge their shots. It's not like Marines where you just see them fire and that's when the damage connects. So, excuse me, this is going to be the moment he's going to push in here. We should see GG any second.
Yeah, Trigger's going to fight on here for a couple more moments, but the riding is pretty much on the wall. Classic completely breaching the main base right now with an overwhelming force, and Trigger try as he might. It will be Classic taking game number 1 here on Persephone. And I mean, Trigger is nothing if not a fighter, man. He's gonna go down swinging here.
He's tenacious, man.
He's got his immortal.
He's gonna get this immortal out, but I mean, the sheer number of stalkers in this game alone could flatten this whole position. GG. Game 1 going to Classic there. Pretty exciting game. I gotta say, I'm really impressed with the control there for Trigger.
Yeah,
I mean, he did a great job.
He was playing.
Yeah, winding it back, it was a really rough game for Trigger, just because, as we were pointing out, Trigger, he misread the build. He did see that a panel was missing, he was aware that there was a proxy, and he did decide to go for a Stargate opener instead of a Robo opener, which can do economic damage, which can give you a better position coming into the mid-game, but it's not ideal when it comes to defensive play, when it comes to surviving against one base all-ins. Void Rays are okay, but as you saw, they're very immobile, they're very vulnerable, and they can be very easily shut down. As you saw, the first 2 Void Rays did fall, and of course it was a Stargate into Nexus as well, so everything kind of lined up for Classic, which is why it was impressive that Trigger was able to defend for as long as he did, despite the rough build. So he survived, but again, it was still a very much so an uphill battle there for Trigger. Basically, you could blind respond here once you see that a pylon's missing with a Robo of your own. Hero is very fond of that, because as we mentioned at the very beginning of the game, at the very beginning of the series, Classic is very fond of proxy Robo. Like, you can assume that he will proxy Robo you and one base all in you, just because of the trends, just because of his style and what he does very commonly. It's very common to see one base all ins and proxy Robo. I would not be surprised if out of this best of 5 we see at least 3 proxy Robos at a Classic. Like, I'll be honest. we already got 1. We'll see if we get 2 more, at least 2 more. Now, of course, Classic, it's not like that's all he does. It's just he's very fond of this build, and we do expect to see more of it throughout the course of the series. On some of these other maps, he could even try to play with that reputation and go for some different openers and try to blindside his opponents.
And Kill Switch have been so aggressive. They've been very unique. They're not something that you typically see in StarCraft 2, at least not at the pro scene, and it's been such a treat, man. I mean, our Patreon supporters have done an excellent job of selecting just the coolest maps to feature in this tournament.
And we take it upon ourselves to try to pick out maps that have interesting ideas. You know, this is one thing, and I get it, because, like...
So, Botanical is one of those maps that I have very limited experience on. By limited, I mean I saw like 1 game. one game on Botanical. Does have a ramp coming into the natural. A ramp coming into the natural in PvP is actually really important, because it allows for this. It allows for Gate Cyber Expands, or even Gate Expands. So you can go for these greedier builds. They are more viable, and you can try to goad your opponent into all-inning you. So right now, Classic is setting up for an economic opener. Trigger may be tempted to respond with an all-in. If he does, well, you have the ramp, you have that added high ground as a benefit. Now, there is a high ground here, there's a ramp coming into natural, but it's a very wide ramp, as you can see, so it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Trigger, he's the player that's not playing standard, as he goes for the high ground setup instead. You can see Trigger, he's in position. It's so crucial here that he delays the expansion, otherwise Classic would just take the expand here. You can see Classic has 400 minerals, he has enough for a Nexus, but he is blocked. So nice move out of Trigger.
Maybe. You know what I mean? Like, maybe we take a couple of these ideas, because, you know, you change a couple features on a map, or like...
See, Trigger is making... Oh, he does cancel the Zealots. Interesting.
Zone, right?
Classic gets a Nexus.
That's big.
Yeah, Nexus is thrown down.
Change, like, the whole metagame or strategies, or maybe we find out one matchup isn't really fair.
I don't think the casters have talked about the game at all so far. But this is pretty important what's happening. So Classic does go Gate Expand before the Cybercore. Sorry, he goes Gate Cyber Expand, but still a much faster base. Trigger, he responds with a Nexus of his own. No one base all in.
Not going to be quite too significant. Actually, skipping gateway units entirely here to get a very fast Stargate is Trigger.
It's important.
I like that choice quite a bit. You know that Classic is playing greedy with the low ground wall in here on Botanical, going for the very quick expansion.
Stargate versus Stargate.
Stargate versus Stargate. So there is potential for this to turn
Phoenix
into
Wars.
a Phoenix War tasteless. Yeah. And I think Classic, I believe he actually scouted the Stargate in the main base of Trigger.
Trigger
and that
sees
is why he's throwing down this. Okay, both players know.
Yeah,
both players have probes in the enemy's base. They both know Stargates are getting thrown down.
As I mentioned, on these maps, it does promote more economic builds. It is very common to go into Phoenix Wars. Very common.
I don't know if we're going to go down that path.
I don't feel like I've casted a game where both players are going Phoenixes in a long time.
Yeah, you don't get to cast enough Max Packs games, dude.
Yeah.
He's the king of Phoenix versus Phoenix.
I was gonna say, you get a lot of Phoenix Wars nowadays. Depending on the map, of course. Very map dependent. Ultra Love, for example. Ultra Love, you get a lot of Phoenix Wars.
Because they're both in the same lane of tech. Oh, and this is actually going to be better for Trigger here. It can turn into this arms race where you basically can't back down. And it makes for a very specific.
So again, this is the
second
pro and the
area is gonna be
con of
Phoenix
these
here,
maps that do
for
feature a
Classic.
ramp coming into the natural is that you almost always get Phoenix Wars on these maps. So it's really cool that we have this map in the map pool, but at the same time, it means that if we ever get a PvP here, again, it's like 90% chance that you're going to get Phoenix versus Phoenix.
Yeah, and Trigger knows that he has a 1 Phoenix lead too, so he's being really aggressive with his first Stalker. And normally in Phoenix versus Phoenix, you want to keep your Phoenix back at home because defender's advantage is huge. But
yeah. Actually, one thing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. One thing about Phoenix versus Phoenix too, it's when you get the 2 Phoenix lead that's much bigger because. On this map, it's like 1 Phoenix build time is like the same as the travel time to get across the map.
Denies mining.
So when you get 2, that's where you can start to really put the pressure on here.
Classic is getting a lot done, getting 4 probes.
Doing a little bit of damage over here to this Adept.
Yeah, in Classic, I think it's a smart choice just to try and sacrifice this Adept so that one of them will shade past the Graviton beam.
Bearing in mind, getting this much damage done early on, it means that the second Stargate is going to be delayed and the double Phoenix production is going to be delayed as well.
Classics, I believe, is already online there at the natural expansion. And
Like, this is slowing Trigger down.
I think that's a 4th gas coming here for Classic. So, second Stargate, absolutely a possibility for both these guys. We'll see. If
We're expecting second Stargate, but Classic's in a much better position for that.
Okay, so when you get the Phoenix versus Phoenix fight, usually when one side wins, that's kind of
double shield battery. Jesus.
Oh yeah, it just snowballs so hard.
It's actually very simple.
So because Classic knows that he's ahead, he's anticipating an all-in. That's why he's getting a second shield battery. It's crazy.
Stargate, because that's really the most important building.
Which is delaying a second Stargate.
Although it didn't end up doing that much. You also want to be careful to not run in and pick up workers in Phoenix versus Phoenix too quickly because they don't attack when they pick up workers, so you might get worker kills and then you lose the fight.
Yeah, you need to make sure that you know where the opponent's Phoenixes are because if they get the jump on you when you're in the main base, like Trigger is right now, Phoenixes, it could be very dangerous. Of course, Trigger does have that 1 Phoenix lead. Okay, engagement now coming in. Nice micro by Classic to pull it back. Now both players just focus firing. Guardian Shield going to be helping these Phoenix here for Classic, and this is one of the risks that Taze is talking about when you go for those probes. Yes, 3 workers did go down, but at the end of the day, Trigger, who used to have a Phoenix lead, is now behind 1 Phoenix versus Classic.
So they're not showing the production stat, they didn't talk about it, but there's a big transition coming from Classic. He threw down 2 gateways and a Twilight Council. Map was now pointing it out. This is a ground transition, but Trigger saw it. That's why he's responding with a Robo with Immortals.
He's getting a Robo, he's getting a Forge.
Both players have, in fact.
Yeah. So a lot of times, you know,
it was a response.
One guy dominates and all the Phoenixes are gone. That's when you can go across the map and start picking up workers and killing everything off. So that was an exchange where like Trigger's going to stay alive for a little bit longer here. Not the kind of game we were talking about, like 2 minutes ago.
So both players, they're transitioning into ground, into very different kind of compositions as well.
Will be Classic with a much faster blink coming in. His blink basically timed out.
Here come the Immortals.
I want to say like a minute or 2 faster than Trigger's. Of course, Chronoboost can make up for some of that gap, but Classic is going to be trying to exploit this advantage quite significantly here. Trigger is able to spot those units moving in, but this means that Classic could also go on the hunt with his Phoenix aggressively positioned.
Trigger, he may go into charge from here. We'll see.
He's going to get that first pickup. Man, that battery is giving a lot of sustain
over there. Of Stalkers.
However, this fight is going to
he comes online faster.
So much damage. The Phoenix is
There's no Immortal.
Try to scramble back here.
We needed the Immortal, Pappy. Now it's coming down. That's like, what, 10 seconds too late?
Oh, I'm sorry. An Immortal is what I actually meant to say. But I think this is going to be game here because now, even with an Immortal being the counter to Stalkers, the Phoenixes just pick this up. Yeah, they get the kill.
That's basically just it. Trigger has literally no combat units right now. It is 38 probes and nothing else on his side of the map. A couple of Stalkers are going to finish here, but with Graviton being...
Yeah, you saw the Immortal was just a little bit too late there. Again, the reaction to the production was just a little bit too delayed there for Trigger, unfortunately. So he barely didn't have the defenses at the natural.
Try as he might with these Stalkers coming down the ramp and the probes getting pulled, I think that eventually these Phoenix and Stalkers are going to be able to solidify this win here for Classic.
Yeah. Oh, he actually gets a pin on that one Stalker up there. It's kind of funny. The problem is that the Phoenixes can basically, go unpunished here.
Yeah, Trigger might not be dead yet, but he is dead.
I compared to some games we're doing play-by-play. This is a lion eating a gazelle right now. Like, the gazelle's not dead yet, but is going to lose this fight.
Anytime you're down 95 supply to 45, it's a pretty dire situation, and Trigger he's not one to give up easily. He cancels, I think, the third base to try and get some more money to stabilize back at home, but Classic, he's up 15 workers. He has a third base now coming online here with probes mining.
Yeah, like everything just went in favor of Classic this game. Winding it back, if you remember, Classic took a big lead when he killed, what was it, 6 probes? Like 4 to 6 probes at the start due to the Adept. So really nice Adept aggression and Adept harass. Then Classic, he walled up on 2 bases with the extra shield batteries, able to take a better fight thanks to the Guardian shield with the Sentry, out-traded with the Phoenixes, and also Classic, he was the first to take up and first to deviate into that Blink Stalker, into that ground toss as well, with the boosted economy. Like there was a lot like kind of leading up to that early mid-game setup, and then GG.
Yep.
GG.
GG. Wow, Classic. I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't have a proper Phoenix versus Phoenix. Like, we did for a little bit on 2 bases, but when I saw the 3rd and the 4th gas come in the natural expansion, I was really expecting either Trigger or Classic to just lean super heavily into the Sky Toss.
I think
Yeah, I agree with stating that analysis in the sense that I also assumed that we were going to be seeing a second Stargate out of Classic, but he went for the switch, of course. He went for the ground switch instead, which got scattered, and again Trigger was trying to respond to it, but again it was a bit of a later scat, a bit of a later reaction to what Classic was going for as well. And every second counted, as you saw. Like if the Immortal was out in time for the push, then maybe we defend, right? Because then the Phoenixes, the Stalkers, and the Immortal, and the boys being pulled with the shield batteries would have been enough to defend.
You've lost your mind. We're not going to break just yet. We need to plug the Patreon.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
People are getting back on the couch. They're getting back in their computer chairs, and some of them are getting the credit card out, okay? Because they're going to sign up for the Patreon, whether it's $5 or more, whatever you can do. If you have can't afford to sign up, at least join our Patreon. There's like a, what is it? Is it a follow or is it join?
It's a follow.
It's a follow button, but you can follow that. But if you could, yeah, consider supporting our cause here. We want to continue to produce high quality. You can put it back up. We're going to produce high quality content. They don't want to look at me. They want to look at this graphic, Ziggy.
It's a beautiful graphic.
It's a beautiful graphic.
They're like, we gotta keep plugging. We gotta milk it. We gotta milk it as much as we can. Okay.
No, we want to create high quality.
Remember, subscribe on Twitch. Twitch Prime. True. Get your Twitch Primes going.
So yeah,
make sure to subscribe. Donation goal as well. Bits in the chat. Bits. You gotta.
With a 3-0. Otherwise, it's gonna be knocked out. We'll see you soon.
Everything. Buy their shirts. We'll see you after the break. See you after the break.
bad, Cavs. Sorry.
The hiccup cast.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I'm hoping.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We are jumping back into, as we are mid-series, into Classic versus Trigger. Classic currently is up 2-0. He's up 2-0, and as they're saying, as they're pointing out, we're hoping that we don't get a one-sided series. So far, it's been a very intense and really fast games. Game 1 was Classic going for a one-base all-in, and Trigger unfortunately going for an economic opener, and Trigger was caught with his pants down. Game 2 was initially Phoenix Wars, and then Classic, he was able to get an early economic lead. He then made a hard switch into ground, and we saw that Trigger was trying to respond with Immortals, but he was like 10 seconds too late. He was just a little bit too late with his Immortals. He was unable to defend his natural, and he was broken by the push. GG. GG, well played. So it's been a very short game so far. Now we're getting into game 3. Game 3 is going to be on Tokamak. And again, we're hoping that we can go the distance. We're hoping we can get a little bit more out of these two players. But the pressure is on Trigger. As we get into this, a big shout out in the chat. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Big shout out to Brian Buster. Thank you.
Yeah, PvP usually a pretty quick matchup, and
Yeah, but you know, it's funny, Protoss, when you look at the different races and how they kind of blossom in tech, Protoss is pretty hard around the edges. You know, you get your cybernetics core always, but then there's these very sharp twists in the tech tree, right? The Stargate is radically different from what the Robotech is.
From here, we're opening up on Tokamak. Tokamak is a larger map in the map pool, and if this was a different matchup, I would say, oh, we should be expecting a longer, later game, but specifically in PvP, the size of the map doesn't really matter, right? Because of how proxies work, you can still commit, you can still warp in across the map, and you can still go for one-base all-ins, and it is very common, very popular to go for one-base all-ins on Tokamak.
There's a little bit of an over-exaggeration, but there certainly is a little bit of that at play, and it's just a luck of the draw to some degree when it comes to the opening build. Of course, you can mitigate that with scouting, and we've had players like Max Pax have great success basically just doing the exact same thing every single game. Everybody knows he's going to do it in terms of fast expansion, and he's still able to pull it off.
That's not true anymore.
A little lately, as players have gotten better at, in particular, the Warp Prism Stalker Pressure that we saw Classic do in game number 1. That is really, Hold on a moment. Okay, Mapu is highlighting the cybernetics cores, and for a second I thought that somebody had thrown down 2 cybernetics cores, but no. He's just highlighting the.
So Trigger does proxy his second pylon. Classic does not, and Trigger can set up for a proxy himself. Let's go.
What do you think it's gonna be?
I don't know. I mean, it could be a Robo. It could be a Stargate. It could be a Gateway, right? Yeah, I mean, it's very tough to say.
Based on this location, it's interesting. It's not close to the main base, so it's kind of a weird location for a proxy Stargate. There's a higher chance it's going to be a Robo. Stargate.
So Trigger's going to go for a Stargate over here. So this is, would this be for a Void Ray or an Oracle?
I think it almost has to be for an Oracle, right?
Yeah.
I would be surprised to see any kind of Void Ray push with this. If we're going to push
what just
into a
happened?
natural expansion or up a ramp.
I do apologize. Obviously, it's going to be Proxy Oracle. Proxy Void Ray is not a thing at all. No shot. That's a crazy thing to insinuate. That's crazy.
Actually, this is so funny. For some reason, I decided that Trigger was red and
that's like saying like, oh, there's a Proxy Rax coming. Do you think he's going to proxy a ghost? It's like, what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's crazy.
So let's see.
It's crazy.
It is going to be for an Oracle. And keep in mind, because Classic is still inside the base scouting, he doesn't see this. So
it's like, mate, do you think he's going to rush into Flea Peak and go for a mothership?
It's like, what? In the Adept versus Adept battle, and with his shades, should be able to chase this one down, although...
I like the creativity.
One of these Adepts.
I like it.
A bit bruised, but everything considered, not too bad here for Classic. And for Classic, even though he didn't proxy the Robo, he is still planning on doing kind of the same strategy that he did in game number 1. We have more Stalkers in production. We have the Warp Prism in production. Shield Battery is underway here, getting ready to... Oh, I thought that was going to be in the middle line. In fact, it's just to intercept.
So something that's really important that's happening right now is that Classic saw that the pylon is missing, and now he knows. Now he knows what's going on. But Classic did decide to keep himself on one base to keep himself safe.
Okay, he's going to come in now. Already no shields.
Nice damage.
Wow, 4 probes. Yeah, so I mean, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Now, there's a Warp Prism moving across the map.
Yeah, Classic wants to do a big Stalker Pressure again here. He's actually building an Immortal right now.
This is the second time that we've heard Stay say pressure. He's going for a one base all in. You can see that we have a gateway in the production tab. Are we okay? Is this us? No, the stream's going down. No, stay with us. Stay with us, Pappy. Oh, as
But this Oracle, not
okay,
just
okay.
the 4 kills,
I think
it's
we're
also
back.
bought Trigger quite a bit of time and given him crucial scouting information. He knows this push is coming now. And he's getting ready to absorb the impact.
Proxy voids aren't a thing. A whole white beer.
Yeah, 2
What are you insinuating that we've seen proxy void
ray
ray out of hero in a PvP recently? Is that what you're trying to imply?
This is annoying, but this Oracle is okay. That's a lot of kills. Oh, but he takes it out.
5 more.
Okay, so suddenly that whole tactical.
But sorry, before the buffering that we saw, again, Classic is going for a 1-base all-in. He's getting a 3rd gateway back at home. It's just not finishing up. He's committing.
Yeah, Classic does not have much economy behind this right now. I'm wondering if he's even going to remake these probes here on this 1 base. He's trying to get some economic.
I don't know why Stay keeps trying to insinuate that it's not an all-in. He's like, he's applying a lot of pressure. It's crazy.
That means that Classic
He's not making probes either. He might not expand. That's true.
He can't have the same aggressive warpins that we saw in game number 1 of this series here in game number 3.
The juggling's going to be a little bit harder to actually pull off. So he's going to basically gear up for this big attack now.
I think this is just the one punch that Classic has got with his economy back at home.
No, he basically has to end the game here.
Yeah, he's all in.
Going to gear up for this push. We should see 1 Guardian Shield and the rest are for force fields. Now he might let that force field just dissipate and then move in. I didn't see how many Stalkers Trigger had, but I think Sentries. So okay, so the Immortal can't wiggle through that little. It's a little bit of an imperfect force field.
Oh, nice catch! Very nice.
These force fields are so clutch for Classic. He isolates the Immortal, doesn't let it get down into the natural expansion, and this was looking so good for Trigger a moment ago, but there just wasn't enough to stop the push into the natural expansion.
Oh my god, the force field!
If he loses 9 probes early on, he just wants to muster enough
army. He keeps locking him down.
Battering ram down this natural expansion, and this is feeling very reminiscent of game number 1, Tasteless.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, he's going to unpower this too. Wow. Okay, that's crazy.
Oh no, the force fields. The Immortal can't even shoot here for Trigger.
The Immortal's having a seizure right now. It's like,
2 Immortals like phased into each other. That is brutal.
GG.
Wow, Classic gonna win game number 3, and that is a clean sweep here in PvP.
40 minutes. We're halfway through. That's crazy.
And you know what else is crazy? That we only have 2 series today. That is crazy.
You know, it's
Stayed in tasteless. But GG, well played. Classic, he will claim the series 3-0. Winding it back here, Trigger, he honestly had a decent start because of his Oracle. His Oracle was doing a lot of damage, and it did feel like Classic misread in the sense that he was getting ready to defend against an all-in. But when you go for a Robo Opener, back at home, you can turn that defense into an offensive 1-base all-in. He threw down an extra gateway, so he committed on 1 base, of course. He was able to get across the map. Yes, on the one hand, he was losing a lot of workers, but it came down to the defense from Trigger. Trigger himself, unfortunately, lacking shield batteries at his natural base. The base was a little bit more open, and we saw that he was able to kite back, but it wasn't able to pull the boys in time, which you have to make use of because you are ahead in bases, you're ahead in workers, so you can afford to pull the boys, so you can pull them to preserve your army. Everything just kind of fell apart there a little bit too quickly. Once again, very similar to last game, Trigger, he was seconds away from getting his own Immortals up and running. They popped in, but a little bit too late after the natural had already been broken. GG, well played. This is also the downside of when you do go proxy Stargate like that, and when you prompt an all-in, it also means that your Stargate isn't really helping you defensively. Because if you want to make defensive Void Rays, well, you can't, because they're going to be reinforcing from halfway across the map. So it can be very, very difficult, very awkward to actually defend with that kind of setup. So it was nice damage out of Trigger, but didn't quite have what it took to defend against the all-in that he had kind of forced out of his opponent. GG.
Candle in TBT cures,
news, or spend a little bit of time on YouTube, and that can kind of help us. What they do is what they call,
of course, exclamation mark YouTube in the chat.
Find us on YouTube, they can come on to Twitch.
Let's go.
You find us on Twitch. Then when you don't have time to tune in live, you can join us on YouTube. So the YouTube has been growing pretty fast, but the more it grows, the better it is for this show and for StarCraft 2, and for our whole mission out here.
Yeah, even if you're watching live,
Sure could have sent the Adept to kill Classic's probes, then force field his own ram. I would have loved to have seen the vision of Trigger because you're correct, but I don't know if Trigger actually saw the main base completely. He was harassing with the Oracle, so he should have recognized that there was no base and that there were extra gateways, but I can't say that with certainty because we're not in-game, we're not observing. But if he was aware that it was a 1-base all-in, for sure he could have made the choice to give up on the natural, right? To just give up on the natural to defend the main base and defend the main ramp. 100%, right? That is a viable option there for Trigger to go for. But again, I don't know what information he had coming into that kind of defense. I didn't quite get to see what the Oracle saw, essentially. But for sure, for sure. Oh. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a break. When we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have Maru versus ByuN. There's a lot to get into. Potentially a TVT, potentially a PVT. We'll get there. We'll see you soon. Are we? Yeah, it's one of those things where, I mean, the PvP was quite intense, which is what we expected out of Classic. Unfortunately, it was Trigger that was trying to maybe be a little bit overly greedy, especially considering the reputation that Classic has. If you recall, we spoke about like one-base all-ins and Proxy Robo and how we expected to see it multiple times in that series. We saw it twice. I mean, we saw it in Game 1 and then we kind of saw it in Game 2. Game 2 was Robo one-base all-in, but not proxied. That's the other one difference. But now we're getting into our next matchup here. Maru versus ByuN. This is going to be an interesting one. These are two really good friends. Maru and ByuN, they're very, very good friends. They're best of friends even. They play a lot together. They talk about the game a lot together as well. They are very well versed with each other. Maru has been playing a lot of Protoss as of late, so I was curious to see if he was going to be off racing in this tournament. That is always a possibility, as we have our map order: Magnatha, Evil Heart, Persephone, Botanical, and Cenotath. Okay, interesting when it comes to the maps themselves. But what I really wanted to touch on as well is the fact that Maru has been looking very shaky as of late in Terran versus Zerg and Terran versus Protoss, basically this entire year. I've not been very impressed by Maru's play, but his TVT is on point. His TVT, I would say, is his best matchup. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will have the series.
TVT, there's
so many I apologize for not having the audio. We got you.
Once you get the barracks, the factory, and the starport up. So we're going to see, you know, how ByuN's going to try to take Maru on. These guys are good friends.
They are.
ByuN has sourced a lot of strategies from Maru, but he's not in any way a carbon copy of Maru. Like, ByuN's always had his own unique approach to the game. And ByuN has definitely had moments where he starts to, like, remember the double racks Reaper that then everybody kind of picked up on? I mean, he's definitely changed the whole meta and matchups as well. But I would say that there is probably a skill disparity between these two, and that Maru is just, you know, a little bit stronger.
In TVT especially.
In TVT specifically, yeah.
Especially given the power of mech lately in TVT. I know that Maru has... This I can get behind. Needed to take a break from traveling to tournaments or even competing in tournaments, especially leading up to EWC because of, I think it was either a shoulder or a wrist injury or a combination of the both.
Shoulder.
And, you know, mechanical play is, like playing mech is significantly easier on your body than trying to stutter step micro.
A couple of things here touching on what they said. I would push back against the idea that ByuN copies Maru. That's not how it works. I would say that they work together on builds. That is known. That is known. That typically Maru and ByuN, they do actually workshop together when it comes to creating builds and refining builds as well. That kind of lends into what we were saying before, how they both talk a lot together, they practice a lot together as well. So it's a little bit different from that. Meanwhile, I do like that State is touching on mech because Maru has been playing a lot of mech in every matchup. A lot more mech as of late.
Yeah, it's just that repetitive.
And it's likely to see some mech here in the TVT as well.
Stress injury, right? But then when you have to stutter step a lot.
ByuN went for a more economic start. His CC is already halfway done. Maru went for a tech-heavy start, double gas into a faster factory. That would have been a bit of a more defensive opener against a proxy, but ByuN didn't proxy.
Like, I don't scroll anymore. Now I'll click like the bar and hold it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because I just find the scrolling motion. But I sometimes if you have wrist.
So if you saw like ByuN, he was smiling when he went into the main base as well. So I think there's some banter going on between the two of them. You can see that Maru, he's laughing a little bit as well. And ByuN's typically really good at wordplay. If there's any translations in the chat, I would love to hear it. But like usually there's like a lot of wordplay between the two of them.
Starport is just now finishing up, and ByuN Starport just under halfway underway. And so Maru probably is going to have a tempo advantage should he decide to leverage that into something aggressive. And I feel like in TVT, the current state of this matchup, there is
going for the medevac.
A lot of potential for tactical play that can just absolutely be a kill move.
Yeah. And we're going to see who pokes in first.
So remember, Maru, he had the faster attack, he had the double gas opener, so he has a faster starport, faster drop across the map. Meanwhile, we do see ByuN going for the earlier tech lab.
Try to read a second language here. But we're going to see who attacks into who here. It does look like it's going to be Maru picking up and moving out. And, you know, one of the most historic matches
they've been bantering. They've been bantering the entire game.
Maru losing time in IEM Katowice in Poland. I can't remember which year, but years back. And I remember thinking, wow, the TVT really changed because he lost
Raven
because
opener
of
out
just
of
these,
ByuN.
like, surgical attacks from time. I guess he went
Banshee follow-up out of Maru. Interesting.
Yeah. But Maru since then has, I think, changed a little bit of his own TVT. Is that he's very, very engaged early on.
Rushing into third CC.
So he's going to be dropping right when the third command center starts.
That's
so
two more matches out of Maru.
Moment to hit.
Jumps in.
Yeah, dropping right into the main base right now. But the Cyclone Walk is going to connect around the medevac. It finally does get out of range over here at the top left. And so many SCVs just fell. The combination of the Reapers and the Hellions take down 10 workers in total. That was...
ByuN smiling. He's like, Shibal.
I must say.
That was a lot.
Where I was like, yes, Shibal, papi, Shibal. That should not have happened.
See,
oh, no.
You know, a period where already, you know, ByuN's taken...
basically what happened is that ByuN pulled the boys to focus down the Widowmine, but the Widowmine borrowed just in time, so the mine shot went off as the workers were all clumped up. Hellion volley as well. That was brutal.
He's got one Banshee coming out. I don't think this Banshee can do as much damage as
now, ByuN does have the faster third CC, so he can make workers faster as well, but that is a brutal start for ByuN.
In terms of tech choice, both players are going to be going into Bio. Maru, of course, behind that explosive attack there in the main base is going to have a significant economic lead. Double engineering bay is going to come down here for ByuN, so he might try and drag this one out to be a bit of a longer game, and I like this move.
He's laughing at
a little bit, catching the medevac over there in the top right of the Cyclone. It's really nice.
These two guys just smiling as they're playing.
You're not supposed to be this happy when you're playing a competitive RTS.
Yeah, this is just having a good time. ByuN is
literally laughing at it for catching the medevac.
Excuse me, the Banshee's going to come in here, and I mean it's already going to be 2 more kills. I think he's
again, as we were trying to emphasize at the very beginning of the game, they're like best friends, like Maru and ByuN.
If 2 auto turrets can get this. Oh, maybe he can.
Ooh, nice
He
snipe.
kind of. Oh, I'm sorry. For some reason, I didn't see that auto turn on the right. Yeah. Okay. So, you know, the price of 2 auto turrets to kill the Banshee isn't bad, but I think Maru is going to be attacking out in a second here, and you know, Ravens a lot of times can just decide fights. So, you know, expect Maru to do a push in a little bit here. He did start a third CC as well, so it's not like he's all, you know, needs to close the game out, but he should have a room for an attack here.
Yeah, and ByuN, although he's going for the double engineering bay upgrades, he's a pace behind Maru in terms of tech timing because Maru just went for 1 engineering bay only, but he got it significantly faster. That's going to mean that +1 infantry weapons, it will time out around the same time as Stim Pack, as Combat Shield, and it's going to pair up beautifully with this double medevac drop going into the main base. So Maru is going to have a +1 weapons advantage here when this drop commences in the main, and that might set the stage for a follow attack later.
Excuse me. So we're waiting for this upgrade to finish. +1 attack's done.
This is a bold move out of ByuN. So ByuN is going for a Raven harass, which means he won't have any disables back at home to work against the main push.
The SCVs is an
nice
example
double drop.
Making these barracks. This is a lot. So Maru's going to unload here. The Ravens are still curving around the bottom of the map.
Ooh, gets a Cyclone.
Oh my god. He's going to pick up at the last second. I think the Cyclone can kill that. Yeah, he's going to take that one out. Unfortunately, it was the other medevac that was
Here come the auto turrets.
And now it's going to be ByuN's turn to try to get some damage in here.
Yeah, auto turrets coming down here in the natural expansion. A couple of SCs do go down as ByuN's going to move his way into the main base. 2 more auto turrets coming in. Some nice damage opportunities
here. That's a lot of auto turrets. That's a lot of SCV kills. He's getting a lot.
These Ravens as they retreat across the map. Let's not forget that he does have that 1 medevac full of Marines somewhere lurking in the top right quadrant of this map.
What's really important, he gets 9 SCVs and there's still energy on one of the Ravens for disable. So he can disable. He can Matrix.
You know, I mean, Maru, again, he's kind of just been like 1 step ahead. Oh, is there a tank in here too? Okay, I don't know how well prepared ByuN's going to be for this in this moment.
The Ravens are under him to defend.
Forward into the third base, and ByuN's just going to double down, go into the main base once more with these Ravens. Going to try and find some more economic damage.
They're not defensive.
That mini-map, that third command center has lifted. It is low on HP. Maru's going to
he's going to get it.
+1 infantry weapons. That command center is going to go down. ByuN reset down to 2 bases, and that was a very fast third CC. A lot of his economic growth was going to be reliant on having that third command center done. And it just now gets restarted. Maru's already landed his third command center. It's been mining very effectively in the past couple of minutes, and even this fight, Maru's escaping with a lot of the bio. The trade wasn't that bad. I'm loving this. I mean, the units lost. You look at the resources, it is very even, but the actual trades, it's been Maru getting economic damage done onto ByuN.
Yeah. Oh, they're just going to pass.
Yeah, the Raven harass was really nice, but losing the third base nullifies that. Like, ByuN, he stays behind, he lost the base, now he has to defend in the main.
You know, the Ravens are going to do what they
can
to
goes
try to
in.
kill workers, but there's another huge drop over here. Again, stacked on top of a lot of infrastructure. Maru's going to dive on this tank and take it out.
Yeah, this is a hell of a drop here on the main base of ByuN. 2 or 3 siege tanks already in position right now. ByuN's going to try and breach through.
The boys.
CG is getting pulled. The Marine line falls, though, and Maru pushing forward. Dude, what a game coming in from Maru. Just every trade was so good. ByuN is getting a counterpunch in now with these 2 medevacs full of Marines.
CC.
I think that command center is going to fall, so he is able to reset Maru down to 2 bases, but it's 28 workers to 60. This is still looking so good economically for our Blue Terran player. As long as he's able to stabilize back at home against this drop, which he should with the siege tank and these reinforcements now coming in, I feel like it's just going to be GG.
Yeah. You know, at this point in time, this push has done so much damage. It is eventually going to be picked up. Maru, of course, always able to eke out a little bit more, saves 2 units before he pulls back out.
See, this is what you say, like, at this point, ByuN, right now, all that's going through his head is, what's the next witty line that he can message Maru? Like, what's what's the next thing he can send him, getting ready for the next game? No.
That's right. He should have a third command center.
Not like this.
I might have been calling this one a little bit early. Yeah, in any case, ByuN, he's not in a very good position right now. Maru, he's actually going to lift the main command center into the third base to get the fully saturated mineral line. I like that choice a lot here. He's going to be able to instantly saturate this and have a superior economy over ByuN. Just the standing army right now for Maru is massive. He might not have +2 infantry weapons, but he does have vehicle weapons. And
so the one advantage that ByuN has here coming into the next big fight is going to be the Ravens, right? He has Ravens available. He can disable the tanks that can swing a fight in his favor, but that's like the only thing that's really going his way.
Okay, so the bunker is going to be taken out. There's 1 tank just at the top of our screen. I don't see what's above that. I see 3 tanks are in this game, but they're not protecting the entrance here. Probably because there's been so many drops in the main, honestly, but oh, he doesn't get that. If the tanks can get in range of the CC,
the Liberators, the Freedom.
Fight. So he does get the disables off. There's a 3rd tank in the back.
That's nice.
The Marines weren't quite able to get in range of these tanks as quickly. They only take out 1.
Gets 1.
Which means this 2nd tank on the left is going to be undisabled, whatever you want to call it. It's back in the game. And he's going to try to inch it in. He's going to just slide it up right over on that little area, that little ledge that sticks out. 2 more tanks are going to siege up, and Maru probably was macroing back at home. He didn't quite react that fast. But, you know, I mean, there's still this foothold. He doesn't break it.
Yeah, Maru's having ByuN, excuse me, is having a very hard time breaking out of this position. And unless he can secure a 3rd base at some time, there's just no way that he's going to be able to keep up economically here.
Well, it's one of those things where Maru doesn't have to force the issue. He has been throwing away a lot of supply, attempting to do so. Even here, he's going to lose one of his tanks.
Coming into this natural expansion, even a drop coming in as the medevacs pivot. Siege tanks are getting in position right now.
He's getting on top of the tanks again.
Siege tanks there of ByuN. No, they will not. Actually, ByuN with a really nice control, able to jump on that position, take down those 2 siege tanks that were trying to get entrenched right in front of the natural expansion, and he will stabilize. I've been thinking that ByuN is dead for like 3 or 4 minutes now, but somehow he is just sticking with this.
Nah, he's been dead.
Still looking like an uphill battle, but my goodness, ByuN.
I mean, ByuN is really hanging on here. But I think that's it. I think there is just enough out here. The SCVs are going to be pulled. There's just 3 more Marines
the boys pulled once again.
Probably just barely kill off all the SCVs on this tank. Okay, maybe not.
ByuN is just by the skin of his teeth surviving all of these moments where he should, by rights, be knocked out of the game. In fact, even picking up 4 medevacs here as Maru retreats. That's pretty sick. Now, Maru does have a third command center that's going to be coming online. This
Fourth command center it's going to be coming online.
No, he lifted the main base to drop it over here.
Oh, no,
right.
the
Okay.
tanks.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
These tanks are actually... Are they stuck?
Oh, they are
They
stuck.
are.
Okay, that tank sieged up. Okay, yeah, he notices
That
right
that makes sense.
seconds after we see it.
I saw in the units tab that Maru was up like 2 or 3 tanks. And I see the reinforcements from across the map, and I'm like, it doesn't feel like he has 2 or 3 more
Yeah,
tanks.
it feels like he's even on tanks in those pushes.
He was saving them for later.
Oh my god, that was unfortunate land there. He landed a little bit late, so all the SCVs are going to be returning minerals. That's actually the command center, yeah, from the main here for ByuN too.
So I guess he canceled that third CC, or Maru was able to deny it
That's
off
actually
screen.
probably not a bad way to play it. To just like kind of lock in and macro and wait until you exhaust your main and then throw it over there.
All right, well, this is a much easier position to attack into than the natural expansion. There's a big concave you can set up here as Maru, and with only 1 siege tank in position, Maru is just going to push forward. 2 more
he
siege
gets
tanks
another
for
tank.
ByuN are reinforcing. They're trying to get sieged up right now, but
First one
Maru
goes down. Very
just
nice spread.
continuing to push on through. The marine line is falling here for Maru, but too much economic damage is done. And finally, ByuN is forced to tap out. But what is it with today and these really tenacious efforts? I mean,
the
like
guy
the
that's dying
resilience
is fighting back.
The
GG.
resilience is
GG, well
insane.
played. I mean, it can be very difficult to break a defending turtling Terran player just because of how tanks work, just because of that advantage. And also, as we pointed out, because of the Raven advantage that ByuN had as well, he had some really key disables where he was able to take some fights defensively, but it was always at a cost, right? He was losing like 12 SCVs at a time. He was already on 2 bases. Like, it was just ByuN treading water more than anything and kind of elongating that game and trying to, like, you know, come to terms with it and get ready for the next game, I should say. Get ready for the next game. Here, it was a really rough start. As a reminder, ByuN had a really rocky start. Losing his third TC was brutal. Losing all the workers early on to the mine drop. Damage done that early on, it's so difficult to recover. If you remember, he lost 9 SCVs. Like, the mine drop was insane. And ByuN, he was there to defend against it, just a little bit late to react, a little bit lacking that control there. And of course, right after that, they were both still bantering with each other. All the banter, baby, all the banter. Now we're locking in. We're locking in.
Look at the units lost tab about halfway through that game, and it was basically
Game 2, Evil Hearts. Okay, Evil Hearts, a map that I think I've seen one game. I think I've seen one game on Evil Hearts, so I'm still not entirely certain of it. It does seem to be a rush map, really short rush distance by ground. So we favor aggression here.
Did get sniped there by ByuN. I want to say it was like 3 or 4 minutes that command center was mining, where ByuN was just basically on 2 bases, and so just so many things economically were advantageous there for Maru. But on set number 2, we're moving to a much more aggressive map, Tasteless. It's going to be Evil Heart in this TVT.
This has been a fun map to cast. I'm glad we're going to get a game on this one here for these two. So yeah, it's going to be Evil Heart. We have Maru in the bottom left, ByuN in the top right.
All the banter.
And I wonder how Evil Heart is going to impact
They're still going.
The builder selection here in TVT, because we've noticed in basically every matchup, because Evil Heart just has a very short rush distance from third base to third base, and if you look at the fourth base options for both players, neither of them is very easy to take. They're quite wide open, they're quite disconnected, and you have to kind of fan out your bases in a way that you really don't want to. It exposes a lot of service area for the attacker to abuse, and even notwithstanding that, there's just not a lot of bases on this map. It's, I think, the least bases I've seen on like a tournament map in Legacy of the Void ever, if I'm not mistaken. I'm really struggling to remember any Legacy map with less bases than this.
I think we should have more maps like this.
Yeah, it's fun.
Map makers take note. More, sometimes less is more. You know what I mean? Like, so what is it? 1, 2, besides the main, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bases you can expand. I wouldn't even mind seeing a map with 1 less base than this. Just
let's not get crazy, Tasteless.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm serious. Like, just
touching on the map itself, and they're talking about how like they're expecting aggression. I think we are as well. There are various all-ins you can go for here in TVT. One of the classic ones is a 2-port 2-base all-in. So we'll lean toward. I mean, we'll keep an eye out for a second starport for a build like that. Otherwise, 2-on-1s are seen in TVT. They're rare, but they're also seen every now and then, and you can try to go for that for an earlier timing attack with Stim.
You have to also keep in mind not just the pro players, but also everybody that's laddering.
Ooh, economic gotta be on again.
Be able to deal with those maps, and people tend to not like the really quirky ones. Even myself, I'm praising Evil Heart, but when I play the ladder, if this map was on it, I would veto it 100%.
No, I do the same thing. When I ladder and I go, well, I'm not going to do these.
Yeah, but you know, the pro players, they could figure it out, man. The games have been very fun to watch.
Yeah.
Might be a little
I think
bit
all
of
the
a-
casters
a
can
little bit
relate,
of
at least the casters that play
grief there
StarCraft,
from
where
me,
like
but
I'm the same. Like I love seeing
I've been really
and casting
enjoying
games
this
on like
map, and
Torches
also
or
kind of
Lost
like
Fantasy,
kill switch that are
or
featured in
Pylon, for
RSL.
example.
exactly.
I will veto the hell out of every single one of those. I would
In this
not
game,
play at
it's
all.
going to be ByuN's
Not at all
Reaper
on
for
those
second
maps.
stalking Maru's Reaper back there.
Get
Maru's
outta
going to make
here.
a command center on the low ground. ByuN playing slightly more conservatively,
Economic.
makes his CC on the high ground. He's going to land that onto the low ground a little bit here. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of waiting for things to pick up here. It's, that's standard.
So just like last game, ByuN went for a faster
It's
CC.
1-1-1
Just like last game, Maru's going for a faster starport. So Maru will have faster drop play available, and it's going to be on ByuN to be the defender early on. Assuming that we also go for another drop from the side of Maru.
Game 1 to Game 2 in both of these maps. Maru is the player who's expanding a little bit slower than his opponent, and as compensation for that, he's getting more resources to tech up more quickly. So his starport considerably faster there compared to ByuN's, and this is usually the kind of tempo that you build up with that leads into a timing attack. And actually, Maru getting really ambitious with his Hellion and 2 Reapers moving up the ramp, and ByuN was well prepared for that.
Yeah, he punishes.
Oh man, the Hellion shot,
takes down
actually,
the
look
Reaper.
at that. I think that's 2 shots in a row from the Hellion, where he lined up Maru's Hellion and Reaper and was able to hit both of them, and that seems like such a minor thing, but that was excellent control there by ByuN.
Yeah, great control. ByuN going to land that CC now.
Ooh,
He's gonna
early
be going
tank.
for Cyclones here.
So
Now
last
Maru
game,
is
remember,
gonna be
it
getting
was
that medevac
a
tank.
Hellion Widowmine
you see a
drop
tank this
from
way,
Maru. This time,
means we
medevac
gotta
drop
do
once
something
again,
on the tank
but going
push
for the tank first. So hyper aggression out of Maru, more committed than last game.
The Cyclone is always the strongest in between the travel distance of that. You know what I mean? Cyclones can target tanks or medevacs or anything like that.
Oh, they're both laughing.
So yeah, we'll see if it's actually.
They're like,
gonna be
mate,
Maru who's
this
gonna
map
be
is
attacking first a little
crazy.
bit here.
So yeah, they're clowns for
He
putting
does
this
lose
in the
a
map
little bit of
pool.
momentum
True.
after that push up the ramp of ByuN's base.
Okay,
Did not go to plan, but still, with a faster starport, it seems like he should be able to get something done. Actually, a siege tank here and 4 Marines.
Yeah,
Ooh,
okay, so
reactor
he's gonna do what I
Viking?
was talking about. He's going to set up right out here. Now, if the Cyclone can catch
Third
this,
CC?
it's big.
He's
That's
crazy.
the interaction we're waiting to see for, and it doesn't. So he sets
Phantom
up.
siege?
Now he forced a siege in kind of a useless spot. The tank wants to be in range of the CC. So what Maru's going to do is he's going to loop around.
He's
the
laughing
bottom
because
here.
he got a shot off from the Marines.
And,
like
a target
Taysa
on that
says that
medevac,
he's
pulls
forced a
away.
siege early on, but no, he forced a siege. He gets a volley off on the Marines. Like that was better for Maru.
If it's going to be on the low ground, so he's going to come back up here onto the high ground.
Once again, luring him in.
Yeah, a lot of pivoting here from Maru.
brutal tank shots.
Get dropped. That even focus fire is down.
One
the
tank goes
siege
down.
Tank, so Maru losing the siege tank as the crux of this build. He's going to have to pull back at least a little bit. There is a Viking reinforcing now. Do we have
ByuN's
another
holding.
siege tank here for Maru? It looks like no.
Yeah. Well, the tank is kind of the centerpiece of the whole thing. Okay, so
Oh,
he's
the
switched
Vikings
into-
land.
these
The
are
reactor
I almost
Viking.
recognized them with this kid. I was like, there's
It's
a
a
new
new
unit in the game.
unit.
Oh my god. So he's going to come in here now, and he's already killed 6 SCVs.
The
The
Raven.
micro's been really,
No,
really
no,
good
can
with
he
his
get it?
Cyclone.
He can.
actually stays out of range and doesn't die back there.
9 SCVs
9
and a
SCVs
Raven.
killed, and if the Cyclone doesn't bump into anything, it could actually get away.
Oh,
Here,
the tank.
is sieged up.
The bait.
That was so good by Maru.
Yeah, that was really well done. It reminds me of game number 1.
Second
It's kind
starport.
of
Do you
the same
see-
story, although we got there in a very
We
different
called it at the
way.
start of the
Maru
game.
is
Do you see what I
building
see?
his
Second
army
starport,
with
2 port, 2 base all in. So Maru, he's going for a 2 port, 2 base all in, and ByuN has a deficit economically coming into this.
Right? But the fact that ByuN is losing all of these workers and Maru
So Maru, he's going to send it across the map. Remember, ByuN, he got a fast third CC. That's not going to help. It's killing ByuN.
He's playing quite greedy. He's going for a fast third command center, which is already done now. It's transforming into an orbital. And Maru,
Oh,
he's
good
adding
read.
in Liberators. He's adding in Vikings. He is gearing up for a full push.
Second starport for he says push. It's a 2 base all in. So Maru's going for 2 base all in. ByuN, he responds with a second starport himself. Good read out of ByuN, but it's going to take time to get that second starport up and running.
Ravens on the side here for Maru, and when you see it set up with these kind of units, you're basically looking for the tank disable. There's a lot of Vikings here, which means he's going to have the spotting advantage.
Because there's 2 starports. That's why there's more Vikings.
I guess we say it all the time, but it's worth repeating because I think people.
So even though there are Ravens for ByuN, the goal for Maru is to zone them away because of that air control. And here comes that freedom. The freedom is here.
That's big, and so he's going to have the Liberator come in here, and this is going to.
That's the whole point of the 2 base all in, is to get the Liberator.
A little bit.
Nice Falcons. Very nice.
And Maru's going to. Maru, is going to try to inch in here. The Vikings get landed, and they soak a lot of the damage.
Here he gets shut
pretty
down.
good trade right now for ByuN, actually. This is
Yeah.
a lot of very
He forced the
expensive
fight.
key units here for
Maru's
Maru
getting
to
shut
get
down.
taken out. He's losing the air superiority advantage.
Second
I feel
starport
like
coming
he
into
did not get
play.
the damage done that he was expecting to.
You know, I gotta say, this is it's so funny to watch how slow Vikings are just in general. By the way,
Yeah.
You know, flying or on the ground.
So winding it back here, what was really crucial, yeah, TT. Maru smurging, Bobby smurging, and everything's snowballing out of control. GG gets pulled. GG, ByuN will take it. Winding it back, it was so crucial that ByuN got a lock on that first Liberator. The whole point, well, I'll lower them. The whole point of the 2-port 2-base all-in is to hit with that Liberator timing, because your Vikings protect the Liberator, they have air control, and the Liberator dominates the ground. But as soon as Liberator showed up, we got the lock on, Liberator went down, and that was the backbone. That was the backbone of the army. That's the whole point of the 2-port 2-base all-in. And remember what we said, ByuN, he reacted and responded with a second starport of his own, which did come into play towards the end. He got the Viking lead. GG. GG, well played. Solid reaction there by ByuN.
So quickly in TBT, especially when both players are playing double starport like that. It's something that I feel like, if my memory serves me correctly, we didn't really see this very much until I want to say like the latter part of last year.
Yeah.
These very highly technical double starport pushes, like the really fast double starports.
They've been around for a couple of years.
2-port
2-base all-ins have been around since like 2022. I remember seeing them on Side Delta. Whenever Side Delta was in the map pool, it's been a couple of years.
And eventually corner themselves in the base,
Yeah.
but yeah, Maru maybe just biting off a little bit more than he could chew.
No 3-0.
No
Thank
3-0.
God. Guys, we need your support. Consider signing up for the Patreon. We've got a ton of people signing up already.
The reason why I think State thinks that it's more newer is because this build was very popular, again, like early like COVID era of StarCraft, and it was really popular, really trendy, and then it died down. It died down in popularity, and then in recent times it rose back up in popularity, again in more recent times. But if you know anything about TBT, the more recent variations of this build have been incorporating early Raven into 2-port, into a third CC, less 2-base all-in play. So that might be what State is referencing.
These very cool maps are in the pool, so we would appreciate your support there.
We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue on with this TBT best of 5.
Okay, break time. But GG, well played. Gonna be going on a break. We'll be back soon with the rest of the TBT, the rest of the matchup. See you soon.
right now tied up 1-1. I think ByuN did a great job holding that attack. Maru seemed a little bit too, how do I say this? He was like rushing the process a little bit. I mean,
a little overeager.
You can kill, I mean, it happens all the time. Terrans will kill each other on 2 bases, but if you overextend, you are going to die to a counterattack.
Yeah, I think he was feeling very confident because the early game was just so good for him again. I don't know if he got 10 SCV kills like he did in game number 1, but it was a lot of economic damage.
Yeah.
And yeah, it feels like Maru wants to play these really aggro games in TVT. We've seen the same story both in game 1 and
the
in game 2,
banter is still going on.
More slowly, but taking up more quickly.
I think I would agree with the sentiments of Maru overextending. I mean, we were trying to emphasize what the overextension was, and we were trying to emphasize earlier when it came to our analysis about the Liberator, because Liberator did push a little bit too far forward, because it was the first thing focused down. Like, that was the backbone of the push, of the army, of the 2-base all-in. Without that Liberator, like, you lose all that momentum, right?
Who's going to then take the lead here? These guys have been bantering the entire time.
Yeah,
they have
lots of smiles here.
When we're on break as well, guys. It's like we
the
have the chat open in the StarCraft 2 client, and they're just going at it. Very good friends.
All right, guys, we're ready to go into this third game here. The map is Persephone. Let's see who takes the lead.
Okay, Maru spawning here in the top left. Has the blue Terran. ByuN in the bottom right, excuse me. I don't know the spawns, I'm a fraud. No, the bottom left here of Persephone is the red Terran. Yeah, the banter's pretty fun between these two. Maru, after he like pushed into the natural expansion last game and he killed a bunch of SEVs, he's just like, yeah, I guess I'm playing pretty well today. And then ByuN just clobbers him. It's a lot of fun. Oh, look at this. Gas first opening for ByuN.
Yeah, that's interesting. Gas before barracks.
I wasn't paying particularly close attention to the early game builds, so I'm not sure if we've seen this already in the series from ByuN, but I'm feeling like this is probably going to be much faster tech here from the Red
We haven't
Terran.
seen this from ByuN yet. Every game so far, ByuN has been going for a more economic start. Double gas out of Maru.
So on this map, I don't know if it's
which Maru has gone
not,
double gas every game so far.
Drops in the main are really good TVT. Drops in the main in general, you know, you can, if you get tanks sieged up and everything, it can be really, really hard to deal with. But your mains are kind of pointed at each other, and you're not likely to have a base underneath.
Every game so far, Maru, he has been opening up with drop play. Game 1, he went for the Widowmine Hellion drop, which did get a lot of damage. Game 2, we saw the more committed tank drop. Here, we should be toning it down a little bit from the side of Maru.
No wonder you have an injury, buddy.
Yeah. Is this how you destroyed your wrist? You have like a 500 APM while you're typing?
He hits ByuN too many times in the ladder game. It's carpal tunnel from typing too much. Too many bants.
Okay, so we're going to see what that early gas is for in a little bit here. The command center has started. You can see right now ByuN has pocketed 100 gas that he's sitting on. And so the factory is going to start. But Maru's factory was a little bit faster, so I don't know. I honestly, I feel like usually I can kind of explain what's going on. I don't really know what's going on right now.
I kind of want to go back in game 1 and game 2 and look at the very opening builds here for ByuN.
It's the same openers we've seen every game.
Setup.
It's the same opener every game.
Just a little bit faster this time, and that's what the gas first accomplishes, because Maru, both in game 1 and game 2, was able to eke out an advantage via harassment with his faster paced tech. And ByuN, even here in a little bit of a Reaper engagement right there.
Yeah, looks like the Reaper's going to get away. Do we not have game sound on?
Yeah, I was wondering what was wrong for a moment.
Yeah, I had this moment where I'm like, something feels really weird.
Yeah.
I think Mapu might have accidentally turned off because I hear the music.
Yeah.
But then
hopefully that'll get sorted in a moment.
Okay,
but
anyways.
Yeah, in any case, because
There we go.
Okay,
sorry, I lost my train of
I
lost my train of thought there
it
for
was
a
this
second.
moment where like something was happening on screen. I'm like, this
something
doesn't
is
feel
wrong.
right. Something's wrong. Something's not going on here. Okay, so we got that fixed.
Yeah, but going back to my point earlier, I wonder if this is an adjustment from game 1 or game 2 where he's getting his tech a little bit faster, because actually look at this, ByuN his starport, even though he has the faster CC, his starport is faster than the starport here of Maru. So he's kind of closing the gap where Maru's been able to get this advantage in terms of having the faster tech that allows him to
Maru once again is going tank first,
earlier in the game, which ByuN
just like game 2, last game. So he's going for the same build, tank drop. Okay.
I can't remember how many, but it was also around 10. This might be a very smart move here in game number 3 to try and just tighten up the early game defense.
So, we're waiting to let the tech develop here. ByuN is going to get that first Raven. along with the Cyclones. Maru once again is going to be going for tank Marine here. And with the medevac popping out, we'll see if he actually moves across the map to attack. It seems like he already has the Reaper and the Hellions ready to move, but he's okay. He is going to pick it up. Just had to do a few things.
As I mentioned, this is the same opener from Maru 2 games in a row. He's going for the tank drop. The goal here is to catch out some of the army.
So it doesn't look suspicious. So like if this gets spotted, it just looks
Reacted Viking. This is the same build. So he's going Reacted Viking as a follow-up, and then we'll see if we go into a second starport from here as well.
Using the in-game clock to be ready in case there was a drop into his main. He would have engaged right there. This is going to be an attack right out in the front. And the auto turret goes down. The tank, I think, is literally at full health here. So it's still okay. He might actually seesaw up into the main instead.
He's going for a third TC. He's crazy.
Trying to see if there's
ByuN.
any production in range of this low ground, so that he can drop the siege tank right
in the face of the hyper-aggression.
Instead, he just tries
Gets
to
a
go
lock
for
on.
the supply depot, but that's going to be
nice
engagement here from ByuN, and ByuN with some nice micro. That Cyclone lock-on, able to take care of the siege tank. Maru, his follow-up behind this has been Reactor Vikings, and so his game plan was to keep that siege tank alive. That's a crucial part of the push here for Maru. Instead, he's going to have to wait until the next production cycle completes here on that factory.
Like Maru, he wanted to reinforce the tank with the Vikings, but the Vikings, they arrived too late. He lost the tank.
The map towards ByuN's base. And look at this. I completely missed this. ByuN, in the face of all this pressure, is going for a low ground third CC.
This is wrong.
That's why we were freaking out.
Maru's like, he's not even scouting for it because it is so brazen. Like, who would possibly do this?
It's like
ByuN's shutting this down so hard. He scouts.
Command center, but here's the thing: Maru's not doing anything so far.
He starts a third
He might
TC.
pivot his attention to
No
that
second starport.
because it's extremely exposed.
Maru playing from behind.
Imagine he had killed the SCV, making that and forced to cancel. That would have been massive.
Yeah, now the command center is going to be finished up, even if ByuN gets pushed out of this position. It's
hold on,
almost finished up.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Okay,
Command centers are actually done when it's 99% done. Like I've seen it happen a million times before. It's like it finishes itself if the SCV dies. He gets it to half health, but it's obviously it's such a short travel distance.
Yeah, 2 more starports now coming in here.
Jesus.
We are going to see the 3 starport play. This is so cool. Maru just now adding in his second starport. And ByuN, these double starports are going to be him trying to close the gap because Maru.
So it's all about air control right now. It's all about air control. We have double starport out of Maru. We got triple starport out of ByuN.
It's a lot of space to make up here for ByuN, and now with a little bit of an SCV
Gets
pull
the
and
tank
some
again.
Marines pushing across, he's able to take down one of the siege
Gets
tanks.
both. Oh my god!
Cyclone also able to lock onto the medevac, and ByuN has just completely pushed Maru out of this position, only losing 3 SCVs.
And remember, the soup lies. Remember, the soup does lie. Right now, ByuN is down in workers, but he had a faster third TC. He has faster mules, going to be able to saturate that much faster as well. Oh, I say that. Maru's getting his own third. Like, it's getting up and running as well. True.
I guess you take what you can get, right? Like, there's one depot here. Kill that. Just do anything you can to get ahead.
Maru's keeping up economically.
Use the Vikings to basically spot upwards. Good job basically pulling that damaged Viking out. The thing is, some of these attacks out, I mean, they're very small little groups, right? It does seem like every time ByuN has, like, just a little bit more in general.
Yeah, and there's also the defender's advantage, which is quite noticeable here in that these Vikings for Maru, they're very low on HP, but every time that ByuN moves back into his natural expansion, it seems like he's repairing all of his mechanical units because his Vikings are just max HP basically at the start of every single engagement, which obviously it kind of fudges the numbers a little bit here for Maru, who had the faster reacted Vikings, who has still a pretty fast second starport.
We're going into mech.
ByuN is only just now overtaking Maru in starport production, making Vikings 4 at a time instead of 3 at a time. But it's a bit painful when you're getting these engagements here as Maru, and your air superiority is already in question because your Vikings are so low HP. Now they are repaired up, but there's so many Vikings here for ByuN.
Yeah, he takes out the reactor. That's probably the best thing you can hit when you start to go for infrastructure. We're watching the Vikings actually dive.
Oh my god!
Landing from Maru's like a little bit late.
ByuN
is styling on him right now.
He's crazy.
I mean, this is like extremely high level micro, but it's just there's just something about Vikings.
They're
just dodging each other
yeah.
where they're just like one of them like you're trying like the moment that Maru lands, ByuN is trying to lift his Vikings back up. It's just I love it. It's very cool to see. We have a fusion core right now about to complete here for Maru. Additional tech lab also in production. I wonder if we might just have Skytear in here. It certainly is going to be mech coming in from Maru. We have another factory getting added on.
Yeah, some mech versus mech.
There is potential. Yeah, we have a battle cruiser in production. We might be just going straight into Skytear, which is the supreme composition in TVT.
ByuN's got a 4th base here in the bottom right. Maru basically had to back up. He overextended one too many times. And I think ByuN's going to try to slip up here into this third base. I don't know what's actually up here to defend. It doesn't seem like there's anything, actually.
Yeah, it's mostly just air here as the Vikings are going to be getting the engagement going on. It looks like a little bit better here for Maru with the focus fire, plus ByuN's Vikings being quite injured from the previous battles. Eventually, those will get cleaned up. Maru also with his siege tank on the low ground, able to take down one of ByuN's siege tanks. So the army engagement very favorable here for Maru, but ultimately ByuN is able to force the lift off and kill some SCVs.
Yeah, I mean, he forced the lift. Maru, you know, he's the same size supply-wise, but he's almost half the size as far as, you know, bases.
See, what Tasteless is trying to say is that the soup lies. He's trying to say that. Understandable. But again, Maru, he's rushing into BCs. He's very fond of this in TBT as we get into a longer game. He's very fond of rushing into mass starport into Battlecruiser.
I think the Battlecruiser is
a
what's
big
giving
power
Maru
spike.
confidence to push in right now, because the moment he takes air
comes
superiority
in.
here, I don't think that Cyclone and those 4 Marines are going to be doing very much to deal with this BC. Without Viking support, Maru will have to retreat a little bit, but with repair and 4 Vikings being produced at a time, eventually Maru should be able to secure this third command center again. He's also building 2 more CCs at the junction between the natural and the third. So he is powering up economically. He still has a worker lead. The moment he's able to saturate these bases, he is going to move past ByuN in terms of income.
It's so crucial here that ByuN was able to scout that BC as well, so now he knows what he's up against. He's still fixated on mass Viking production, which is okay, but he will need either Ravens of his own or more tech of his own.
I think it's just now turning into an orbital.
What? I thought it was a landed command center for some reason. I just decided that. Okay, so then that makes more sense.
Yeah,
I was like,
just now finishing the orbital, I think.
Okay, so we've got the Liberator coming in here. It's going to start to take out some of these SCVs. Only actually gets 2.
It does bait the BC into the main base, and ByuN was perhaps trying to use that as a distraction to, you know, pull the BC away and then potentially snipe it here with this large flock of Vikings, but ultimately not able to get too much damage done. Maru pivoting back into Viking production of his own right now. Double siege tank production as well, and with his 4th base coming online and 12 worker advantage here for Maru. I'm liking this a lot for the Blue Terran. I think that Maru, just the fact that he already has BCs on the map,
like it's so difficult to reactively deal with BCs like this. There are ways to do so with Ravens of your own, with just like mass Viking of your own as well, but it's not easy. Like it is a big advantage that Maru has. Just the BCs as they build up.
But ByuN, because the battle mech is going to be much more mobile, the Vikings and the Cyclones relative to the BC comp and Viking comp of Maru is going to have a lot more flexibility in terms of movement. He has the potential to catch Maru out of position and start to really build momentum that way. And I think that's kind of the angle that ByuN needs to find if he wants to eventually deal with a sky fleet of Maru.
So the Cyclones are going to
2 more starports. It's going to be 5 in total for ByuN.
Maru's bounced back pretty nicely. You know, he's got everything he needs mining. They're both actually dead even in workers, by the way.
Yeah, Maru's just turtling. He's just turtling up. You can see him throwing down a wall of sensor towers, wall of turrets as well. Now we finally get the fusion core of ByuN, so he's finally going to get into BCs of his own. But it's going to take a while.
It'd be funny to see them both go BCs. This is more common in super endgame TVT to see kind of a battlecruiser arms race, and usually that's prompted by the fact that there's nowhere else on the map to gain ground without, you know, possibly overextending, so it kind of elevates the game from the ground to the air. But if it's BC versus BC here, the Yamato cannon is an extremely important factor.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be BC versus BC. ByuN is going up to 5 starports right now, Tasteless, which is just a ridiculous number of starports.
Yeah, so ByuN has 5 starports. We do see Maru mixing in Thors. So ByuN has a battle mech army to support himself. Meanwhile, Maru, he's building up that tank Thor count. In general, Maru's composition is more efficient. It's just a more efficient army. And it's looking that much more terrifying.
Restarted the BC transition a little bit faster, might have been able to get some damage done. And look at this, by the way, these supply depots, at least I think they're supply depots, basically all these expansions on the top right quadrant of the map. That is a really smart move from ByuN. It almost feels like we're casting a PvP when you see those. Yeah. Like a Phoenix versus Phoenix war, because it's a common tactic to try and block a Nexus getting thrown down. In this case, it's going to be blocking the command centers going down and forcing possibly siege tanks or BCs to go over there to clear them out.
Okay, so ship weapons and plating are finishing up here for Maru. Game quieted down a little bit. You know, when you're taking in these big, heavy, expensive units, you know, there's really no incentive for either side to try to attack in there.
I was like,
I
you
do
still
like the
awake?
placement, by the way, from ByuN to even just throw down these depots.
That's so cool.
Sure you
You'd be
wanna do this?
amazed, like one depot sometimes placed somewhere where you're supposed to where you're trying to land a command center. In a game
The
where you're trying
banter,
to do
Bobby,
like
the
a million
banter.
things at once.
How many BCs do you have?
That can end up with
I
you
was
just
like, I have
not getting a
3.
base there and maybe losing the game.
Yeah, like how does Maru
I know what this
get
is.
rid of these, besides just attacking them with SCVs, right? You know, ByuN is going to see it. The units that Maru has to deal with them, I think it's mostly just siege tanks and BCs, and those are both very critical units there for Maru. Or he's going to land some Vikings or something, right? And
So both players are maxing out. A lot of it will come down to the engagements themselves. Of course, BCs, they can always poke in and then teleport away and then, you know, just keep going for those kind of move outs. We'll see if either player can catch each other. We have a very low Raven count from both players as well, and in 1 Raven from Maru, so Ravens aren't really going to be a
But it
factor.
is a very clever tactic coming in from ByuN.
Okay, some scans coming down here. As Maru might be looking for a position on
They
the
were
map
just
here to
praising like
pounce
the
on.
spread out of buildings, the scouting that ByuN has, the map
And, you
control.
know, quietly, ByuN's actually taken, I think, almost every base he can take. He doesn't have that one on the left side, but, like, he's taken the gold base. So ByuN's taken that small expo lead, and he's kind of led into this late game here with that. And, I mean, Maru is going to have to come back here and fight for more territory. Maru's actually making 4 command centers at home, so he's going to also have a bunch of bases coming up. He's just playing more conservatively, probably because he's just has been slightly behind for most of this game.
Maru does, in fact, have 2 Cyclones. So
The thing is, it doesn't matter that Maru doesn't have as many bases as ByuN, because the reality is, specifically on Persephone, ByuN will not be taking any of those bases. I'm referring to top right and center right, those 2 empty expansions for Maru. Like, ByuN can never take them. Specifically on this map, the map is cut in half. It is so difficult to take your opponent's bases. So on the hand, yes, ByuN is up in bases, he's up in economy, but the only base that really matters for ByuN is the gold. The gold base is the one base that he has over Maru.
SCVs here as ByuN, because we have so many.
Yeah, I'm
we have
glad
so
you
many
brought that
command
up.
centers. 2 more
Referring
SCVs
specifically to
just
the
stuck
economic
right now,
game
I think.
state.
And ByuN might have just built, I want to say, like 3 or 4 more starports. So we're almost at like double-digit starport right now for ByuN. 11 starports, dude!
Jesus.
I don't think I've ever seen 11 starports in a
I
single
don't think
game of
I've ever seen
StarCraft.
it either, man. This is crazy. Yeah, so you were mentioning this earlier, but I think it's definitely worth
The Mass Viking
repeating, is
Remax.
that, like, eventually you need to just have a bigger and bigger army. And since Terran have mules, then the SCVs become expendable.
Okay,
But it's
BCs,
gonna
they
be
can
ByuN
teleport
coming
away.
in here first. Now,
They
we're gonna see
teleport in?
Maru
Oh my
warp
God.
in.
He's
How is this
crazy.
going to happen with... Okay, so he's actually going to warp away. Where did he warp to?
Yeah, just back at home.
So teleport is on cooldown for both players.
Yeah, just
How
take
does
what damage
Yamato
you can
work
get.
if you warp in somewhere? Is there someone who has an inherent advantage with that?
I don't know like the nuances of that engagement, but I'm pretty sure that there's like, I want to see it's like a quarter of a second or a half a second where the BC can still take damage before it completes the teleport, but it's a very small window, so I don't usually see mass BC.
Yo, we got the slow crawl of
Yeah, he's
turrets.
got a turret push. This is so sick. So basically, the only thing that you can do to add damage in a fight of this composition is to just...
This is a really good way to make use of the mineral bank, is to turret push like this. And as you can see, Maru, now he's taking those bases that we spoke about. Again, like, there was never a threat of ByuN ever taking those expansions.
Right, that
Which is why Maru could take his time with them.
He does not need to be fed.
You just take your time on
Cyclones are gonna come
Persephone.
up here. Funnily enough, they're locking onto the SCVs.
Cyclone's going down.
Bit of a Viking flower right now here for ByuN, but Maru's staying out of range. It's kind of turning into a war
Upgrades
of
are neck and neck.
attrition here in the center of the map.
Army supplies
with a
are
much
pretty
better
close.
gas bank
The
here
Thors
than
are a big
ByuN. I think
factor.
a lot of that is because
Remember, the
he's spending
Thors do splash damage, so the Vikings stack, those Thors can and will punish those Vikings quite hard.
Yeah,
Like, that's why Maru's
crazy.
army composition is superior here, as he has those
I've never
Thors.
seen this.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
And the
so
turrets are
cool.
just gaining more ground.
Okay, so yeah, he's just gonna
Yeah, just slow
kind
push.
of snake his way through the
That's
map.
what, that's
How
what you
many
gotta do,
turrets
just
are in
slow
this
push
game?
with the turrets.
33 right now.
33,
I don't
okay.
think that counts the ones under production
I know, I
either,
think it does
so-
not.
Yeah, it's about to be 40 plus turrets here, and the majority of them are right in the center. And this is a really hard position to break into here is ByuN. Like, what do you do about these turrets? None of the things that are going to be good against the turrets are going to be good against the Vikings and the battle cruisers of your opponent. And it's 26 Vikings right now to the 19 in the favor of Maru.
Yeah, Maru has the
Does
advantage.
have 2 more BCs, but I'm really liking the way that Maru is playing this. ByuN just lost that command center on the bottom right side of the map. ByuN does have more Ravens, so disables are a possibility here. He's able to actually
Ravens
focus
go
fire
down.
down one of those
Brutal
BCs.
Yamato's.
Easier said than done because of how clumped every single unit is.
Yeah, once again, better trade from Maru. He picks off on more Vikings. He's pushing in. He's throwing down more turrets.
This isn't stopped. I mean, I guess ByuN is just
And ByuN can never push into the turrets. Like, that is brutal.
You don't see ByuN doing the same thing at all. Like, I wonder if he's seen this before. Like,
Maru's done this occasionally. I mean, this is like a supreme late game. You don't get these games very often.
Yeah, well, but he's not answering with his own turrets, so it's like, it feels like this is just like a slow motion, you know, stab through the heart.
Nice.
He's eventually just going to get here.
Oh,
He will
we'll
cut
lose the
the
BC.
position in half.
Well, ByuN with his Yamato cannon is able to take down both of the Thors, and that's going to mean
where are we going?
We're actually teleporting just half a screen away to try and find an angle of attack. He will not get punished for it as ByuN retreats. ByuN does have 5k minerals in the bank nearly, and 2.5k
a little bit dangerous.
gas.
Teleport's not available.
Right, another engagement coming in. ByuN is going to back off. Armor shredding missiles on both sides. Both players with 3/3 upgrades here in the air. ByuN could pull the SCVs from a ton of mineral lines, use that to absorb damage, and then start macroing up more army on.
Yeah, the scary thing right now is that ByuN has a massive bank, but he might not be able to make use of it. He has 11 starports, but if this fight goes too poorly, and if Maru gets on top of the production, that can just be game, despite the bank. He's going in. He commits.
I think ByuN has a slight upper
The
hand.
turrets are helping.
The turrets
Jesus.
Yeah, the turrets are the saving grace right now here for Maru. He's able to kite back with these Vikings. ByuN with the superior BC numbers has more firepower, but the kiting potential here with the Vikings and the turrets, they pair so well together.
And the thing is, ByuN has like 4k minerals and 800 gas. Maru's actually the one that's stockpiled more gas. So we'll see what that actually means.
We need to see the remax. Like, we need to see the production. Like, what is ByuN making right now? I think he's rebuilding BC. Yeah, 4 BCs.
Does Maru not know about the 3 o'clock base?
He knows about it now. He just sent an army over there to deal with it.
Because I was going to say, like, the fact that this has been here the whole time is a little bit alarming. Because, you know, the idea with a push like this is you're going to ice them out of a lot of other positions they would want to be on the map. Now, the fact that he recalled here, this, and dude, funnily enough, he's over a speed zone too, which means the Vikings can kite even more.
Yeah, this is a funny little
BC's getting pulled
in this
out.
corner of the map. The Vikings, I think, also, in theory, air units can't go to the healing zone here, but I think the Vikings could land and heal, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I hadn't even thought of that, actually. Yeah,
it's such a neat, I've never been in a situation like this one before where that's a remote possibility.
A lot of times in mech vs mech, there's very little repairing going on during a fight. Okay, so this CC is going to go down. He's going to move in again. Yamato cannons are going to be blown out.
Gets 2 BCs.
A ton more BCs right here for ByuN.
Nice Yamato's out of ByuN.
So many missile turrets that they can't really. ByuN can't leverage that advantage. You know, the battle cruisers, they have to get in close range. And so for Maru, it makes a ton of sense that he's playing lighter on the BCs, heavier on the Vikings, and even adding in some Thors. These are all units that he can utilize the range and kite back to the safety of these missile turrets. The missile turrets are basically the staging ground from which he's able to, like playing whack-a-mole, take down these expansions here of ByuN.
Okay, so he's finally going to be able to take out this.
As they pointed out, it is so crucial that Maru has not touched the gold. Like, the gold base is helping ByuN out so much.
But I'm sure both players have the high-sec auto-tracking to increase the range of their buildings.
Right.
That's a good question. I have no. That'd be a great trivia question.
Yeah. It was actually not. It was one of the things I haven't really thought about.
They might have the exact same range.
So, oh my God, there's a bad rally here.
Oh,
so
no, the rally!
He's like
No, the BCs! No, he's throwing them away!
Really
oh my God.
That's painful.
So, yeah, we don't normally see rally fails here.
2 Vikings and a BC.
He wants everything from the starport to immediately merge with the big fleet he's already got, but that if it does a beeline for that, it's going to go right into the. So you need to have that shift clicked like somewhere in the lower right and then up on top of the army.
Vespene gas is so pivotal to these armies that ByuN is distance mining from
what if you make Marines and Rotors? God no. That's that would be a waste of supply. Just because it's an inefficient army against the BC. Like, it's all about the air. It's all about the air control.
This is such a cool game.
Yeah, this is crazy. We're like
you don't want to waste supply on Marine Marauder.
Now, if ByuN, even if he loses this gold base, I mean, gold bases mine out pretty fast, but like he will have had more resources on the map taken, which could be a major factor here. There is no vacant base on the map. Every single base is mining. And when you factor mules in, that means we're going to mine out pretty fast.
Again, 11 BCs for ByuN. ByuN does have the BC lead.
Hold on a second. We got another attack.
Nice shred. Nice shred of the armor.
Shredding missile. Trying to find Yamato connections is ByuN.
Nice Yamato's on the floors.
Disable tech just came in
Oh,
on these Ravens.
He
here
shuts down the
for
BCs.
Maru. Is he going to go for that? Oh,
my
interference.
God.
It's actually not just done. 15 seconds away. Maru has a ton of Ravens with this army. Right now, the better of this engagement, I have to say, going towards ByuN. I love the angle, especially with the Vikings and the BCs both pairing up away from the missile turrets of Maru. With interference matrix done, a lot of these BCs of ByuN can be disabled here. I think how many Ravens do we have here for Maru? It must be double digits.
Yeah, ideally you want to disable the
energy
BCs.
now, but I almost feel like, okay, well that's a lot of BCs. At least half these BCs can get disabled when the engagement commences.
It's too many BCs.
What a wild
too many.
game.
So
deny self right.
ByuN might be able to just run away with this game. Look at Maru's income kind of plummeting here. Remember, there's not that many bases on the map. I think this may all come down to the fact that this gold base went undetected.
Oh, big intercept right now from ByuN. The Vikings and Ravens come back to try and stop the BCs.
That's a lot of Ravens going down.
This planetary fortress in the top right, and then
ByuN
the
gets
Vikings
the base.
from ByuN entering from the bottom right corner are able to take down so many key units. It's a big moment here for ByuN. That was a successful trade. Able to take down the base, able to take down a lot of Ravens, a lot of Vikings. Actually going to be teleporting every single BC, even the reinforcing BCs on top of Maru's army. Has ByuN actually done it? It's still so close, Tasteless.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane.
Oh, the BCs are so low.
Be killed off here. He's losing this fight, but is he going to lose the war? The speed zones are going to be very handy for the Vikings to hunt this down and kill it.
They chase him down in the speed zones.
Okay, so ByuN has spent all of his money, or almost all. He's got a little bit over 1K in minerals, but you get what I'm saying. He was like... So
he lost all the BCs.
Maru
He lost all the
fight,
BCs.
but when the next wave of units comes in, is ByuN going to
Maru, he's doing it.
You know,
He
really
breaks through. He gets on top of the gold.
Units are worse at retreating than others. So the gold base is going to be taken. Now remember, on a map where there's, we could literally run out of resources. The bases that are left over become important. You know what's funny? I kind of forgot about the spot that we're looking at.
Yeah.
Maru could take that.
He could. And the most important thing is that ByuN can. He's distance mining from only one.
As we mentioned before, like there was no threat of Maru losing base, but yeah, GG. GG gets called.
It's funny. He's just laughs. He goes, LOL, GG. That was, you know, that really highlighted the difference in expertise on a very, very specific kind of StarCraft game.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Maru is just the champion of these kind of plays.
Every once in a while, you'll be in a game, and it's like, oh, I've done this before. There's like this whole weird song and dance we have to get into. Kind of like, you know, when you see Phoenix versus Phoenix, like some people are like really good at handling that. I love the turret push. Maru looked like he was pretty dead. Like when I saw the gold base taken, and then like Maru didn't get it for a while, I'm like, okay, this is over. This is over for sure. Not over right now, but I mean, ByuN is going to win this game, basically. And then that turret push comes down, and you can see ByuN didn't even match it with his own turrets at the time. It's almost like he didn't know what to do.
So talking about that, we spoke of this before. It's very common for Maru to go into mass BC. Like it's just a very common thing that we see in TVT with Maru. We've seen it between Maru versus Gumiho, Maru versus Ryung, Maru versus ByuN, Maru versus Cure. Like we see it quite a lot. But I will say that turret push is something new. It's something new that we don't really see too often, which was really cool for Maru, as I was saying. Specifically on Persephone, I think it's even stronger just because, as we were also trying to emphasize, even though Maru was contained for a long time, it doesn't matter. In TVT, on Persephone, it doesn't matter that you're contained, because once you break out of that contain, you will get your bases on your own side of the map. And Maru, he was able to wedge himself in such a way where he was able to deny a base of ByuN, which was huge. The goal base was only really allowing ByuN to stay in that game, but losing that center base was like a massive blow for him. And it was also brutal that he was just, you know, running rallies across the turrets as well, losing BCs, losing turrets. It was just a really awkward game state there for ByuN. It was still very close, though, still very intense. Like I was kind of favoring ByuN towards the end because of his higher BC counts, but Maru, he took it. Impressive, Pat, impressive.
Don't do literally anything.
Maybe.
Other than make your own wall of turrets and just let the clock run out. Because like, why in that position, why would ByuN need to go to the top right and stop that base from mining? Why?
Yeah.
Answer me.
I don't know, Tasteless. No, it's
Sorry. Ziggy, you like that one, eh? Every once in a while I get a good joke off, and then I look over at Ziggy and he's cracking up, and I'm like, oh, we're having a good time. No, I mean, it's like, yeah, it just seems like, there's this, when I was learning the game, there was this guy who was coaching me, and he was so smart, and he talked about win more moves. You just have to win. You don't have to win more. You just have to get past a certain point where it's like, okay, I've got the conditions are in my favor, and I don't know why he would wade all the way out into dangerous waters to kill off a base that, like, I don't know. I mean,
once again, double gas straight out of Maru
over there or something. Said something because
once again, racks expand out of ByuN.
The crown jewel of the army, right, was all the battle cruisers and Vikings. That was kind of what the entire game was about. Yeah, I don't know. That's my take.
Now, ultimately, you're right. It did not go in ByuN's favor. Maybe if he pulled back after killing the command center, because the planetary fortress, he was able to get it. He even intercepted a ton of Maru's forces that were coming to protect.
Starts in the middle, had no ground units break them. I think he could have made ground units. I hard disagree on that one. I think you're underestimating the amount of Ravens that were available, and also, again, the importance of the supply they were making use of as well. We tried to emphasize it before, but you don't want to waste supply on something like Marines, on like Marauders, and again, there were a lot of Ravens at that point when it came to their auto turrets to help deal with any kind of ground-based army. That's why the ideal late game composition is almost pure like Sky Terran.
When I see the teleport, I know he's not trying to just teleport.
So I think that's like a bit of a lack of understanding of late game TBT.
All of the reinforcing BCs immediately into the fight. It was a very ambitious move. I think it was a smart one. In the end, it didn't pan out there for ByuN. Yeah, just awesome game. I love casting a TBT like that. I love casting games where I just I feel like I'm out of my element. Like, I don't know what's going on. It's like an adventure.
Special.
We're trying to figure something out.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of times, if you, whether you play or watch or cast, sometimes you'd be like, I've basically seen this game before. Like, I've definitely had, you know, I kind of know how this turns out. I know what part to look for, but like a game like that, I'm like, wow.
So from here, the openers are the same as last time. Oh no, who is it?
Crash? I'm not sure.
Who is it?
Yeah, potentially.
No. Oh god.
We're rubber banding all the way back. I'm not sure if that happened.
That was crazy.
I'm not sure if you guys saw that on this stream, but our monitors for a moment, we had a little bit of a hiccup there in connection.
But so far we have the same builds here from our two players. We do see ByuN being more economic. Once again, Maru being more aggressive. We'll see if he goes for another tank drop. He's gone for a tank drop 2 games in a row already.
Just like that Reaper, the moment the screen started rubber banding.
Cyclone, not tank.
That was okay. Well, I guess we don't have any technical snafu here.
Nah.
So, you know, it's going to be 4 Hellions here being made, and we'll see if he's going to be attacking out with those.
Yeah,
you know, it's once again, ByuN always likes to go with that Raven. It seems like Maru really wants to go for the medevac.
Yeah, just to quickly wrap up what we were talking about with those games before.
Yeah.
I feel like I've casted, I want to say I might have even casted some of these games at EWC, like games that kind of look like that from Maru, and it's usually Maru who finds games that get to that position. But like I can probably count on one hand the number of times it happens. And every single one of those games, positionally, they feel so different, especially because the map architecture impacts like where you're going to throw down the missile turrets, whether you can even do that as a viable strategy.
Right.
Yeah, it's awesome. I hope we get some more TBTs.
So Maru's moving out with his early drop. This is actually the same opening he went for. I believe it was game 1. Game 1 went for the Cyclone drop. We'll see what he can get.
Specify, but his match point.
Let's go.
He's going to be trying what has been working for him for the majority of this series, which is really aggressive early game play. I like the opening engagement right there. Able to snipe down a couple of Marines, even getting the Reaper there. Man, beautiful start here for Maru. Auto turret is a possibility here. It does get thrown down. Maru quickly boosts the medevac, lifts everything up, and scoots away. Very nice control right now from Maru. I think he's even throwing down a 3rd command center behind this. He had 500, 600 minerals a moment ago.
Oh, man, the targeting's pretty good. We've got a Cyclone out here now. Oh, nice auto turret. That's going to drive him back. He could save that Cyclone as well. Again, great juggling here. You know, as long as the Cyclones are there and in higher number, you can continue to kind of fish out those units.
Yeah, that was some really good damage, and behind it, Maru is going for that 3rd command center. ByuN is still on 2 CC. And any time that you're the aggressing player and you're getting pretty good trades done while you're being more greedy behind it than your opponent, yeah, that is a win.
Yeah, what's important here is that Maru, he has not lost a single Cyclone. Like, the Cyclones have been so efficient here from Maru. Yes, he bled out a couple of Hellions, bled out a couple of Marines, but he has been trading better here, has been out trading. As I pointed out, that 3rd CC is huge for Maru. ByuN now breaking out.
Right now,
Ooh, there's a Raven.
Can shoot a lot further than they can see. So ByuN eventually is going to be able to stabilize, but once more, this 3rd CC, it is nearly done here for Maru. ByuN, no 3rd command center just yet. So is ByuN going to flip the script a little bit here in game number 4 and try to get aggressive? If he does, yeah, he throws out a command center and 2 engineering bays. I was going to say, if he does get more aggressive, I'm not exactly sure that it would work. Maru's infrastructure is just a little bit ahead of ByuN's in basically every facet. He has the faster third CC. The barracks are coming online faster. The stim pack is coming online faster. 1-1 is coming online faster. I mean, the early game here for Maru, it is so advantageous.
Yeah.
Echoing what State just said, this is probably the cleanest game we've had out of Maru this entire series. Like, this has been the cleanest start, where he out-trades early on, gets damage done, gets a faster third, faster upgrades, faster tech, faster everything. Right now, there's a lot of pressure on ByuN to get some damage done across the map, which is also why State was surprised, myself included, that we saw a third CC, a late third CC out of ByuN, telling us that he plans on macroing out of this.
So we may see a push into that. Now, he doesn't know when ByuN stim is, but I'm just saying, if an attack were to happen, that would be big.
Honestly, if I was in Maru's shoes, seeing the timing of the third command center, I would expect to be behind in upgrades, right? Because I'm the player. Maru is the player that is expanding more aggressively. Naturally, you would think, all right, well, there must be some compensation for ByuN from that, but no, just the early game has been so fantastic right now. And Maru,
so here we go.
If I was in his shoes, I wouldn't be doing this. But man, Maru, he just knows TVT inside and out. He is the specialist in this matchup, and he knows that he has an opportunity.
He knows he has momentum. Right, I would agree. He doesn't have to push here, but like he's ahead. He has the army.
Cyclone's leading the charge right now, and this junction between the natural and the third base is wide open here for Maru.
Yeah, low ground third base on this map as well.
Okay, I actually thought Maru could have tried to hit those tanks there. He's going to come in now, and he's just going to run into the natural. This is so sick.
Oh, no. He just gets in.
Only one tank shot hits. He cuts right through.
That is brutal.
His tank is now chipping away.
Oh, my God.
Auto turrets are going to come down. It's a must in this moment, and Maru picks up a good 17 kills. That was such a nasty little attack.
Yeah, I mean, ByuN just kind of pulled apart right there, and Maru, his siege tank is also perfectly positioned. It was hitting every single unit trying to reinforce the natural expansion, and ByuN was able to defend, but at what cost? He lost 17 SCVs?
Dude, that was so sick, and he just, like, gets out.
Yeah.
I thought
this is
okay, well, at least
they're praising Maru a lot. Maru, he is very much so dominating this game. That was also the map as well. Like, again, I'm very unfamiliar with Botanical, but here on Botanical, low ground third base and low ground area outside of the natural as well. Abusing that, like that position is insane. The position right outside of the natural. So Maru was just able to outposition ByuN, shut down and get into the natural, and ByuN's falling further behind.
ByuN is simply trying to stabilize right here.
And again, like, this is like the cleanest game we've seen this entire series out of Maru.
Okay, we have a big stim coming in from ByuN. He's going to try and push Maru out of this position. That siege tank is disabled, and Maru is wisely just going to retreat to his reinforcements.
Yeah,
he's so good.
Yeah, honestly, this is so impressive because a lot of the tactics that Maru is using in terms of his movement and his positioning, in particular with the siege tanks,
like, even here, like, Maru has the high ground advantage. He just gets free tank shots.
One of the maps that was voted in, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, like, now State is actually taking notice of the map itself.
You know, it's funny
like,
because we can watch these exchanges.
Specifically, like, this map is favoring the aggressor.
You gotta look at the mini-map and think, okay, he's actually getting so much bigger behind this.
It is so hard to hold on to that third here.
Like,
it's insane.
Like, I'm so good. I'm so good. I'm like, I'm going toe to toe, and then you go and you go, oh, he has like double the bases I have. Like, this is. I didn't realize there was even more going on than it looked like. The real story is the mini-map. Another scan here, and I don't know that...
like, as the aggressor, Maru has the high ground advantage. the positional advantage, I should say, with the tanks.
The CranKy massively in favor of ByuN.
Ooh, that's what Marines say.
It's finally paying off right now. He's able to take down every single siege tank
Maru
and all those
overextends.
Marines.
Oh, the surround!
Where the Cyclones coming from? What is happening here?
Let's go.
Yeah, I was wondering for a moment, maybe the Cyclones, they roll there to try and intercept the medevacs, but just a few too many reinforcements there for Maru.
Anti-timing out of Maru. Maru, he has 2-2 finishing up in a couple of seconds after the fight ends.
He didn't miss a beat either. I feel like the upgrade differential wasn't that significant for 1-1, but look at the gap between 2-2.
No, it's actually kind of crazy. And I would not be shocked if he starts 3-3 immediately. Okay, so ByuN's going to move out for the first time here and try to get some of his own damage done. Now, if I'm looking on the minimap, Maru was probing that area, although I think these two squads are going to miss each other. So there could be a lot of damage here. We got to see how prepared Maru is for this. We don't have a shot of the main yet, but let's see what's in here.
Yeah, ByuN about to be dropping the natural expansion. Sensor tower not yet done here for Maru, so he has no idea, but there is a missile turret very well placed. And the engineering bays.
Yeah, the E-bays are really well placed as well.
Man. They kind of block one of the
they block
key
the
drop-off
drop
locations for those medevacs. ByuN just has to scoot away.
Okay, so he's going to
catching reinforcements.
This side.
Gets a tank. Not bad.
Nice intercept here by ByuN. Gets a siege tank, catches a good number of Marines too. And this is going to force Maru to bring a lot of his forces back. He's going to show a lot of respect for this push, but still, he is just inching further and further ahead.
Can Maru turtle up on 4 bases and max out? Can he weather the storm? That's the goal here for Maru. Just survive, defend, turtle up, catch up.
Third base because the economic
Maru's
damage,
being
you
active.
see units lost very even, but it's the same story as game 1. It's the same story as game
Maru's
2,
moving
where
out.
Maru was able to get a lot of economic damage done.
Once again, Maru, he likes his position in between the bases. For good reason.
So he's going to scan here. He's going to try to push through. This tank is really well placed, but it is taken out.
Gets bird tanks.
I don't know what's actually protecting the third here. I think there's nothing there. The Marines are going to try to come in. There's a lot of tanks.
Maru's trying to force tank within. Sorry, trying to force the fight within tank range.
We have 5 siege tanks behind all of this right now.
I mean, all the infantry are killed.
And again, this position is just so brutal to defend against. Like, once again, Maru, he just wedges himself here on the high ground, sieges up, and ByuN just can't move in. He can't move out of his bases.
Maru took a second to go back and do
like this, like this high ground positioning is brutal.
By the way, this position, if ByuN can't get control of this, he's going to lose control of 2 bases.
He'll lose control of his third, fourth, and the natural.
Can go down that ramp right now.
Like, this crossroads here is crucial to the 4-base setup, and it's being broken. Like,
takes down the siege tank in the natural expansion.
Who voted for this map?
Dude, Maru is just on fire in this game number 4. The positional play, specifically in this.
The patrons they didn't know what they voted on.
Go for one last Hail Mary, trying to trap Marines on these siege tanks, trying to take them down with friendly fire, but it is not going to be enough.
GG.
Wow, Maru putting on a clinic in game 4.
Nasty.
That was awesome.
Nasty play.
Botanical's insane.
That's impressive, TBT, man.
He's good.
Yeah,
he's really good. I mean, he really brought it.
My goodness.
This guy plays a lot of StarCraft. That guy was that was impressive.
Yeah, that was a really fun series. And ByuN brought the fight, man, too.
I like the third base on spot with Cyclones out. It's like, I mean, it's a strong concept. Like, you're so in their face.
So they're talking a lot about that last game, and as we said, like in the first half of that game, like this was the cleanest game out of Maru, that final game on Botanical. But I also want to say as well that for what we're seeing, that map specifically favors the aggressor. Whoever's the aggressor does have a big advantage coming into Botanical. So it's Maru's play, his refined play, on top of that the map helping him as well. Like it was just so difficult trying to envision a way for ByuN to break out of that setup, out of that contain on 3 bases, let alone 4 on 4 bases as well. Like, it was brutal.
It's hard to
like, pushing up a ramp into high ground outside of your natural is crazy. Usually your natural's on the high ground, and the area outside of it is on the high ground as well. Like, that's more standard.
StarCraft 2 are so good. Yeah, they're so good.
CVT in particular, I think, is
like even like an example of that a little bit in the current map pool is Ultra Love. But even then, on Ultra Love, you have the low ground area outside of the bases, but you don't have low ground and then bam, high ground right next to it. Like, no, the high ground is much further back. So this is more to the extreme.
Anyways, that's gonna do it.
That was crazy.
For us today, Maru wins.
GG.
So I'm glad. You know, the Trigger Classic one was a little bit short, so I was a little worried we might not. You know, we might be done in like an hour and 10 minutes or something. But we had a nice long, full show here for you guys tonight.
Yeah, and with Maru winning this series, he's going to be moving on to face Classic in the winners semifinals. Yeah. That's a pretty stacked top 4 right now in the winners. Of course, ByuN, he's not out of the tournament just yet. He's going to fall and face Trigger in the losers bracket. This is a double elimination playoff format. So,
2 for 2 predictions.
Classic versus Maru.
GG.
I'm liking that a lot. I wish we had one Zerg in the mix, but at least we'll have one of Shin and Raynor survive into the losers' quarters. Not a lot of Zergs in this season of RSL.
You know what? I mean, I know everybody's crying on the forums. I know you guys got a box of Kleenex next to the PCs, and you're mad that the Zergs aren't doing well. Well, guess what? They had their time. They had their run.
Pissed off a third of the
That's fine. Zergs have won a lot of tournaments. We all know this, okay? Let them have their moment in the rain. All right, maybe they come back. Maybe they start to win again.
Yeah, it's like that pivotal moment in the
You
drama.
know what I want this to be? I want it to be like Warcraft 2, where there's only 2 factions, okay? Let's go backwards. No, I mean,
We're already there,
the
Tasus.
two
We're already there.
Are
True.
very strong. They could try
Already
to.
there.
They could fight back. We could have them in the finals. We'll see. We're going to be on tomorrow and the day after, guys. So be sure to join us. We will have gone through an entire season of RSL.
But yes, so tomorrow we're going to be live with some more RSL action. Once again, we're going to be co-streaming. Tomorrow should be. Let's double check here.
And it's
Tomorrow's going to be Shin versus Raynor and Trigger versus ByuN. So we have 2 more series tomorrow. 2 more series.
Now, but we also have season 3 coming
2
in the
more
pipeline
matches
later this year. And on top of that, Tasus, the offline finals live from Seoul in December with a prize pool, with players in an arena, with fans in the arena, with you and me in the arena.
Us in the arena.
It's going to be so much fun, dude.
And,
I live for live StarCraft events.
Oh, it's the best, man.
It makes
it's
everything
like a
worth it.
spiritual experience. Everybody
Is that a subtle call to nerf Zerg? That was a subtle call that Zerg's already nerfed. That's from them. That like that, yeah.
Sorry, the offline
Not to
events,
nerf them. It's already happened. It's already happened.
Archon Studio is our official partner here. The StarCraft tabletop miniatures game is coming. Get ready. Did you feel that in the air? Did you feel that? That's the feeling of the tabletop game, miniatures game coming out soon. All right? You want to get this. They've got some great products on their website. Check them out.
I still think they should do a showcase of this on RSL. It'd be really cool if they were able to get like some models, like some early models of the miniatures game, show them off, have a painting stream, have like a Warhammer painting stream, like mukbang sort of setup. Make it happen, baby. Make it happen. That's content. We want to see how badly Tasteless will paint a miniature. Show us the Marine.
Whatever you can afford to give, we are very, very grateful. And we love you guys. We love this game.
But yeah, shout out to Tasteless, shout out to State, of course, and Ziggy and Gemini and all those working behind the scenes for making the RSL possible, for sure. They got their Patreon. You can support.
It's starting to cool off a little bit. Certainly it has here in Korea. It's gone from being incredibly hot and sweltering to only mildly hot and sweltering. So eventually those hoodies are going to come out.
One day you're going to be walking around in shorts. You know what's going to happen? Your legs are going to be cold. And you're going to have to put the shorts away because winter's gotten here. And you're going to need to put on your RSL hoodie to stay warm, okay? Now, you're not going to not wear something under the hoodie. Okay, you're not an animal. Okay,
what are you gonna wear? Taste like?
I'm an animal. I'm an animal.
Of course.
And you're gonna drink hot cocoa out of your
shirt and a hoodie. You're crazy, man. You're crazy.
The holiday season, man. Only a couple of months away.
Put some pins on the hoodie.
Hey,
we need to grow this YouTube.
Do you see what they're not selling? They're not selling
watching
pants.
on YouTube. Hello.
Where are the pants, papi? They're down.
Watching on Twitch. Hello. One guy right now is someone's watching on X. We get viewers on X. Hello, people on X. Everybody, go to the YouTube. Consider joining our YouTube. Subscribe. We're trying to grow this thing, and you know, when you first start a channel, it's hard.
See, is there more StarCraft coming today here? There may be. So another tournament should be on the horizon.
Every day, I'm getting tweets or people message me. They say, "I didn't know that this was going on. This is great." So yeah, please help us grow that out. We also have the RSL After Dark podcast that's on there. Yeah, I mean that's it. That's it.
We would we'd welcome your guys' support, not just there on Patreon, but also on the YouTube. And even if you're watching live, man, just drop by, go on the YouTube, click the surprise button.
Hit the subscribe button. Whoa! I'm surprised.
I don't know what's with me today, dude. I'm jumping my words so much, but yeah, we couldn't be doing any of this without your guys' support. So sincerely, thank you so much.
Yes, guys, we love you.
Remember to flick that bell. Flick the bell over on YouTube. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Discord, all things CranKy, Ducklings, ! Socials in the chat. If you want to follow us, if you want to support us on Patreon as well. But again, a big shout out to all those working behind the scenes on RSL. I did mention before that again, we're still kind of in the teething phase of RSL. It's still only the second season. They're only up from here as they refine their play, as they add more to their show. Of course, I'm sure they will, as they refine their production and get in towards those final playoffs at the end of the year. Someone earlier was asking about more StarCraft here tonight. Again, this is a very short broadcast, only 2 hours, 2.5 hours here for the RSL, but there is another tournament around the corner. I mentioned this before, but our schedule this week is going to be a little bit different. As you can see here, usually we are live twice a day, once in the morning, once in the evening, but because of RSL, because of Maestros of the Game, we are adjusting our schedule for this week. As you can see, we just finished casting RSL on Friday, and up next we have Galaxy Cup. So instead of having 2 casts a day, 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening, we have back-to-back broadcasts. Back-to-back broadcasts. Bam! We have RSL into what? Into Galaxy Open. Tomorrow it's going to be bam! RSL into Maestros of the game. And then same thing, RSL into Maestros, RSL into Maestros. So again, back-to-back broadcasts. Galaxy Open Cup is a tournament run by Choi Galaxy. Choi Galaxy is a big Korean passionate fan and streamer and caster. Choi Galaxy is going to be casting in Korean. We're going to be casting in English, as I believe the tournament has already begun. I did tell him that we were going to be a little bit late, but the tournament has begun, and it looks like we are going to be dipping our toes into that. So the stream is going to be going down for a little bit. We're going to be switching to the countdown timer. So it's going to be going down for a couple of minutes while I set up all the overlays, while I set up all the assets and get ready for the next cast, get ready for the Open Cup. Very quickly here in the chats, bam, I can give you a link to the brackets. There you go. So I can give you a link here to the tournament we're going to be covering. And it looks like, who do we have? We have Geralt, we have Nick Rat, Ledlix, Hacker is top. I see Percival as well. I see Reciprocity. I see Hon Mono, Triple, Gillyman. So we do have, I would say, a bit of a smaller lineup here. We have some high quality players, don't get me wrong, but there's no big name here like ByuN. I mean, ByuN was busy playing with this. ByuN did sign up, but he was unable to check in because he was competing in RSL. Likewise, I don't see a hero here. There's no hero. I know this is clashing with Kung Fu Cup. I know that Kung Fu Cup is also featuring some of the other players. I think Classic is playing Kung Fu Cup, so he could not play in Galaxy Cup either. Regardless, we're going to be going on a break. When we come back, we will have the Choi Galaxy Cup. See you soon. See you soon. See you then for the next cast. See you in a couple of moments. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to something a little bit different here. Welcome back to the Galaxy Cup season number 2, Galaxy Open Cup season 2. Your semi-regular dose of Galaxy Cup action. I'm of course your host Live VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all. Bienvenidos, baby. We just wrapped up with day 2 of the playoffs of the RSL, but now we're here with an open tournament. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to catch up on the bracket yourselves, as we are jumping into our first series of the broadcast. Now we're jumping in mid-series, as we did miss the beginning of the cast because of RSL, so we did miss out on the very beginning, but we are jumping into game 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone. We have the Red Terran player. We have the Red Terran for the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. And spawn. Oh, we can fanfare. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Italian Protoss, we have the blue Protoss. For the Platinum Heroes, it is Ducklings. Oh, not being Boeing extras. My apologies. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Of course, we are jumping in mid-series, and Nicaract is already up 1-0, and Nicaract is the favorite player coming into this as well. It's going to be up to our Italian Protoss to recover, to bounce back. Let's go. Let us go. So we'll see if we can recover. For the time being, we are going to be settling in. Nicaract is known for being much more aggressive in this matchup. He's typically the aggressor. He's typically in your face. Ledlix, we'll see if he can keep up. We'll see if he can keep up with Nicaract. We'll see if we can survive the aggression and get into the mid game. So now we're calming down. We're expanding. Yes, yes. Bienvenidos, everyone in the chat. Bienvenidos. We go from one cast right into the other. All the content, all the StarCraft. Again, it's going to be very similar tomorrow. Tomorrow we also plan on doing RSL into Maestros of the Game. Same with the day after that as well. So just back-to-back casts, back-to-back content, back-to-back StarCraft. And that's to make up for the lack of a morning cast, which honestly we could do. Like I still have replays of the LATAM Code for Giants Cup number 2, which I can still cover. But it is nice to sleep and get some stuff done in the mornings. It's nice to sleep. Sleeping is good. It's good. Make sure to sleep. For now, we have our economic opener ranked expand out of Nicaract. Everything looking normal so far. We'll still keep our eye on Nicaract when it comes to the tech of choice and how he wants to follow this up. Until then, we are still just settling on in. Reaper does scatter across map. We have a safety shield over here at the natural base for Ledlix. Again, just playing very safe, very carefully. We missed out on game 1, but I can imagine that Nicaract was very aggressive, very in the face of the Protoss, and did eventually overwhelm. As Reaper works in, Probe does pull away, and Nicaract does pull out. Here he dips in, he pulls out. Behind this, we have the safety bunker out of Nicaract as well. Waiting for the follow-up, waiting for the starport, and waiting to see what the first initial tech structure is going to be, and how we open up into our factory. Do we go into the early tech lab, into early cyclone production? Do we go into a mine drop follow-up instead? For now, we do have the initial Hellion, not Widow Mine. Okay, Hellion is on the way. Likewise, we have our tech of choice from Ledlix. We do typically expect a standard play out of Ledlix, so Twilight Council into 3-gate blink on 2 bases is the go-to, is what we're expecting. If we see a deviation, we'll point it out. We'll point it out from Ledlix. Back-to-back insane, Panty. Let's go. As we have 2 more gates on the way, as to be expected, so 3-gate blink in total. We can take gases here and then take a robo and stay on 2 bases that much longer. Oh, hello. That's not blink. That's going to be 3-gate setup into charge instead. This is more ideal against an all-in. If Nicaract were to move out with a 2-base all-in, a very tank-heavy 2-base all-in, then Ledlix could shut it down. As Ledlix does expand, he gets a 3rd. No extra gases. Meanwhile, Nicaract, he opened up Hellion, and you can see the Reaper Hellion on the right-hand side, into Widow Mine drop. So only 2 Widow Mines. Mine drop is moving out. Hellion Reaper on the right. Ideally, you do want to distract. You want to distract your opponents, pull away their attention, and then go in with a drop. See what Nicaract can get done. Drop is moving in. Stork is in position. Like he does respond, does react, and Nicaract pulls away. Good reaction on both sides. Where Ledlix, he denied the drop, and Nicaract didn't lose it. Pulled away. So still quite tense between the two players. Oh. So Alex does zone back Nicorette. Gets eyes on the third base. Wouldn't job is rotating all the way around. But the Reaper Hellion is going to get caught. So nice cleanup here out of our Protoss. Behind this, going for a 3-1-1 setup, getting into Stim, Combat Shields, Bio setup here from Nicorette. As he is boosting in. Does he react in time? Oh no! Ooh, does react in time, does pull away. Whew. And we'll not lose too many workers here, just two. Yeah, just two probes. The medevac does barely escape. Boosting further out. Would you have the interception? Oh no! Oh no! Oh, he's within range. Medevac does fall. At the same time, auto shot harass into the main base. 5 probe kills, but that is going to be 2 Widow Mines and the medevac going down. 5 probes. So a bit of a back and forth. From here, we're keeping an eye open for a third CC or extra Raxes. There it is. Third CC's on the way. Nicorette is expanding. He's building up into the mid game. There's no crazy all in. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. Because of this, now the Elix is going to be more pressured to be active on the map. I mentioned before that a charge-based opener ideally wants to be facing off against a push, but a push isn't coming. We have drops, but only drops. Boosting into the natural. The Elix out of position. Shield battery does help. Storm is coming in. Nice star stepping though. He gets into the mineral line. That's going to be another 11 probe kills. Brutal damage. Dropping into the third base. Gets eyes on the Zealots. At the same time, here comes the Zealot run by, but there are reinforcements back at home. There's no bunker to defend, but there are enough units here to hold their own. Assuming we stay at home though. Uh-oh. Nicorette, he moves out with his other drop, which means there is an opening. These Zealots, they can get into the natural. Oh. Lelix, he has yet to pull the trigger. I mean, he doesn't know, right? He doesn't know that there was an opening. He's not aware. Raven press into the main base, double drop on the right, running to Zealots. We have another double drop on the left. Nicorette being very active. It does stem in, right into the natural, depowers the gateways, and once again goes to the mineral line. Oh, 9 probes. This time, Lelix, he pulls the boys, or he does pull the trigger on the Zealots. Does pull the trigger. The drops, they continue. We do have some storms. The High Templar exposed, tempting. Nicorette, he does stem in, but he shouldn't get them. Yeah, focusing on the defenses back at home. SCVs are going down. This is some rough defense here from Nicorette. Losing 16, 18, 20 SCVs. As you mentioned, no safety bunker, no safety setup. Nicorette being a little bit greedy, being a little bit, just greedy, just not having any defenses back at home. It's going to be 21 dead SCVs. On the one hand, Nicorette, he's been doing well for himself, and just like that, Ledlix, he's back in this game with that 1 Zealot run by. He's back in this. I still do want to say that Nicorette has more momentum. He has Ghost already out, he has EMPs. But Ledlix, he's not taking this lying down. Do we base trade? I see one army pushing on the left, the other on the right. We're missing each other completely. And back at home, okay, we're keeping reinforcements back at home, at least some of them. But again, there's still no bunker set up. There's some Sim City. And we will commit to the base trade. Let's go. Nicorette stimming in. Ledlix does go for the third, but we gotta go for the natural. We gotta keep going. Third base is not good enough. How good are the mine shots? Ooh. Does stop it on the sentry. There we go. Sentry goes down. No force field. Here come the storms. Oh, the first storm grazed the army. Better second storm. We have more High Templar moving in. We have more storms. Nicorette, he kills the third, pushing into the natural. Shows that storm. Ooh, does connect. Oh my god, yeah, brutal connection on the Marines. Zealots are coming to reinforce, but Nicorette's production is still going strong. Forcing a bit of friendly fire. Nicorette has yet to push into the bases, but the mine shots are connecting. And looks like the natural base has been broken. Yeah, Letlix, he breaks through into the natural base. Nickrat down to a 1-base economy. At the same time, Nickrat also moving in. Do we have any defensive storms? Just one Templar. One Templar across the map. We can warp in one-eyed Templar and go for the NG overcharge. The voids are being pulled into the mines. No! Oh my god, massive mine shots. The connections are brutal. Another mine shot as well. But Letlix, he's holding. He recalls. Bold move. He recalls back home. And he defends his natural. He defends the natural base. Unfortunately, no blink. Remember, no blink stalkers. He cannot chase the medevacs. Letlix, he has a 3rd base on the right-hand side. He has the higher probe counts, but Nickrat, he saved the CCs. Remember, the orbitals were saved. Mules are available. It's not clear-cut here. I want to give the edge to Nickrat, actually. Nickrat, he has the better army. He has the larger army. He has ghosts. He has EMP potential. He has mules, of course, as well. But we've seen this before. Nickrat moves out. Letlix moves in. And Nickrat, this time he turns around. This time he turns back around. Ooh, who catches who? Storm is available. Does he storm? Oh! The storm's coming in. Massive connect. Oh my god, the storm's brutal. Yeah, massive storms. Oh god. The Marines, they crumble. Letlix does take a better fight, but does he have enough on the ground? The Stalkers. Remember, there's no blink. They cannot blink away. He can't escape. Oh my god. So Letlix pulls out. Letlix does pull out. Over the main army, EMPs, they do connect. There's still one storm. Yeah, the one storm does graze the army. Behind this Nickrat, still muling. Yeah, still muling up that natural base. Nickrat still maintaining that lead. But then Letlix with that 3-base setup, he's getting fully saturated. I feel like we're playing with fire right now. We only have one storm. The storm does connect. We have to get the hell out of here. Like, doing that. Letlix, what's going on? Again, he has no support. Yeah, Zel's getting caught out. Stalkers as well. Big overextension. Letlix, he should not have been here. Sure, we have a bit of a backstab, but that was an expensive loss for Letlix. Yeah. He lost 5 Stalkers, 2-eyed Templar. These are units that he cannot afford to replace right now. Letlix, not like this. Not like this. He's getting into +3. The upgrades are solid, for sure. Like, the upgrades are on point for Letlix, but he lost all of his tech units, all of his gas-intensive units. He has purely Zealot, and now we'll bring in a couple of High Templar, but the support isn't there. Letlix needs time. He needs time to get a 4th base. Get a 4th base up and running. Right now, Nickrat still maintains an economic lead. He's got 3 bases plus mules. Now he's back up to full saturation. So Nickrat is just in a better position. Speaking of... Oh. Going for the Templar. Nice control. Yeah, Templar will not escape. Nice snipe here from our Terran. Another Zealot. These Zealot run-bys every time. They always trade well. I mean, again, they get on top of the Ghost. No cloak. Remember, there is no cloak. The Ghosts are exposed. Nice EMP. Mine shots going off. Very nice mine shots. Solid crisis management there out of Nickrat. Army stims in. As Storms, they graze the army, but again, like, there's only naked High Templar. Like, there's no support. The Storms are connecting, but it doesn't matter. Nickrat, he stims, and he wins. He breaks through the army, takes out the High Templar. GG gets called, and Nickrat, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Again, we had a big overextension from Letlix as we were trying to emphasize in between the bases at the natural base and the 3rd. It was still a very close game and very intense and very back and forth. Hey, we had base trades. We had non-stop base trades. We had a lot of counterattacks when Nickrat was left exposed. He very rarely left anything at home to defend, so that made things even closer than they otherwise should have been. But we did see Letlix just being overly aggressive with such a small army, such a crucial army Once he lost it, he never regained it. He never regained that Stalker count, that High Templar count. Never quite got there again. And GG. GG, well played. A very, very scrappy game. Very scrappy, very scrappy. But GG, well played. Congratulations. With that, Nickrat does claim the series. And with that, does advance on. And let's catch up in the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. And then we'll catch up with the chat. We'll get there, we'll get there. From the top, we do have Geralt. Geralt, he's waiting for the winner of the other two opponents in the first round. Meanwhile, we have Nickrat waiting for the winner of Hacker's Top and Hatsu. I believe that series just wrapped up, so I believe we should be following them into that next matchup, if I'm not mistaken. Likewise, we have Percival. Percival, he's up against Yureha? A player that I'm unfamiliar with. We have Atrox up against Sophisticate. We have Homeowner up against Reciprocity, and we have Triple up against Gilliman as well. We have a plethora of Korean players towards the lower half of the bracket. We have mainly Europeans in the upper half, as Percival did take down Yureha in the end 2-0. Okay, my favorite players coming into this are going to be Percival from the lower bracket and Geralt from the upper bracket, but we have seen Nickrat pop off and bring down Geralt in the past, so that's also why we're focusing on the upper half of the bracket. Is I'm very curious to see who makes it through out of Nickrat and Geralt. When it comes to Percival, he can be threatened by Atrox and he can be threatened by Honmono and by Gilliman as well. They can threaten, but for the most part, Percival is the heavy favorite down there. Here's the heavy favorite. So we're going to be focusing a little bit less attention to the lower half of the bracket. Atrox being, of course, a Korean Zerg player. Gilliman is a Korean Terran player. And Homeowner, of course, Korean Terran. As yeah, we have the updates. So up next, Nickrat versus Hacker's Top. Let's go. It is going to be our next series. So we have confirmation. Of course, Hacker's Top, he's a Ukrainian random player. He is random. Beautiful. Just catching up. Oh, Zvita's done. Would it be correct to assume that the current style of Banshee play with Half-Life Rotors reflects more of an Oracle Proto style play? Hopefully we can get everyone in here. It's not really. The High-Flight Rotor Banshee play is a little bit different just because it isn't just about harassment. Honestly, they can play a really crucial role and really crucial part when it comes to sniping high-tech units, whether it's sniping in ZBT, sniping Infestors, sniping Ravagers, sniping Banelings, against Protoss players, sniping High Templar as well, so they can become a hit squad. So they are, I would say, a little bit more... Do I want to say more versatile? They're just very different units. Just because the Oracle also has value over the course of a longer game, but typically with stasis traps, right? With stasis traps, with scouting, they provide value in different ways in a longer game. They both harass early on, true, but like after that, like they have very different roles, right? As the game progresses. But here we go. Here we go, we're getting into our next game, we're getting into our next series of spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon. We have the Red Terran player, we have the Red Terran representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Nickrat. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Ukrainian random player, he's random, he's landing on Zerg, going pool first. It is Hacker is Dub. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our TVZ. True, TVZ. Now, if you don't know who Hacker's Top is, he's a random player and he all-ins every game. Every single game. But he doesn't just all in, he has some crazy builds. As you can see here, pull first into a gas geyser, into a very delayed expansion. With this very gas intensive style, we can go into a roach rush, we can go into fast lair, we can go into a bane bust, we can go into a ling flood. Hacker's Top has options with how he wants to all in, but 100% he will all in. Like Hacker's Top, he never macros. Never, baby, never. He's an animal. If you're in the chat, all right, Gamba time is open, so place your bets while you can. Place your bets while you can. Just catching up. Go. I do love how different users of the Banshee are kind of reinventing it. Yeah, it's really cool to see Hyperflight rotors become more of a viable option now. Not just that, it isn't just a viable option, but now there's a lot of mind games as well. Whenever a Protoss scouts the main base of the Terran player, now it's not 100% that it's Cloak. Now there is a high chance that there is going to be Hyperflight rotor Banshees instead, which means you don't actually need to keep your Observer back at home. That actually benefits a Terran player if you do rush an Observer for detection when you don't even need detection. So like, there's a lot of mind games that like can impact things. It's really cool to see. Slings poke in. And they will threaten the natural. They threaten, they will delay. Again, remember, this is a pull first. Remember, because of the pull first, delays the natural base, keeps Reaper back at home. Reaper does take a lot of damage. Eventually, Nickrat will deal with this, but will delay the Nexus. Oh, sorry, will delay the CC. CC is going to be delayed. Behind this, we are pulling out of gas. So, Ling speed, we're pulling out of gas. We're going for early Ling flood with early Ling speed aggression, but we are not going to a fast layer or fast tech. Again, he pulls out, man. He pulls out. As I believe the Reaper is so far staying back at home. We have a safety bunker back at home as well. Nickrat, he's a little bit in the dark. He did scout the early gas. Doesn't really know what the gas is for yet, so he's just being very safe, very defensive. Ideally, he should move out with his Reaper just to try to confirm whether or not there is a fast Roach Warren. So here comes Nickrat, and again, he has to scout. It would even be worth it if he throws away the Reaper just to confirm whether there's something coming or whether there's nothing coming. And we can see, I mean, there is nothing outside of a potential Ling flood. As Ling speed is done, Nickrat, he's checking for a third, and he will find one. Third base has been found. It's a late third, but it's on the way. He checks for droning, checks gases. Again, everything here that he sees is crucial. He's like, hey, you're expanding, you're droning, you're not rushing into early gases. Everything looks normal, everything looks safe. Everything looks more or less standard. And behind this, going for a 1-1-1 before third TC. This is a rare build, this is a very aggressive build, and this makes sense considering his opponents, right? Typically, you want a faster third base to get into the mid game faster, to be getting into a better economic game state, but you don't need a better economy against Hacker's Top. Because it's Hacker's Top, like, you know, you don't need the economy, it's fine. Just play safe, baby, that's all you gotta do. Just play safe, you'll be okay. As Hacker's Top, he does take all 4 gases very early here, and he does not saturate the third. So again, speaking of all-in, speaking of aggression, speaking of non-standard play, that's what we're seeing here. Typically, you would saturate this base first, mineral-wise, and then take your gases. There's no need to rush into this many gases unless we plan on doing something crazy. Lair is almost done. Are we going 2-base Muta? We could go 2-base Muta, we could go 2-base Hydra into 2-base Lurker, which is a build that we've seen before. 2-base Infestation Pit. And we have the answer, 2-base Muta. Okay, so 2-base Muta out of Hacker's Top. It's on Nickrat to confirm what exactly is going on. He checks, he sees no saturation. And nothing at the third. Does get a Queen. Queen goes down, Banshee does hit the mineral line. Again, there's nothing to kill with the mineral line. This is at least giving some information to Nickrat. Gets a Queen. Yeah, Queen goes down, Spore goes down as well. Gets on top of the Overlord. Brutal damage. And Hacker's Top being punished here for just skipping out on Queen production and skipping out and delaying Lings as well. Army moves in. Oh, Lings, they come in for this round. Oh, they surround one. Yeah, they get one Hellion. They get a Reaper, they get another Hellion as well. Banshees do come in to reinforce, but a nice cleanup here from Hacker's Top. Scans the natural base, but he doesn't go further in. He sees the Overseer, he knows Lair, right? Overseer is to tell that the Lair is done. So he's aware of the Lair, he's aware of lack of saturation, he's aware of the gases. So Spire play should be in the back of his mind. But again, it could technically be like 2-base Swarm Host, or 2-base Lurker, or 2-base Muta. It's one of the three. It's a safe assumption it's going to be Muta play. He might just kill the base. Oh no. Aye. Oh no. As we do get a couple of frame drops here and there. Hopefully we stabilize. But the base goes down. Takes down the remaining drones as well. Hacker is stuck on 2 bases. We have 10 meters on the way. Behind this, Nickrat, he is focusing on marine production, and he's not expanding. We're going up to 5 racks on 2 bases. This is a 2-base all-in, 2-base 5 racks all-in, which means after the defense against the mutas, Nickrat can just send it. He can just send it across the map and end the game. Remember, there's no Banshees. Sorry, I meant to say there's no Banelings. It's a bit of a misspeak. But there are no Banelings defensively, so a mass marine stim timing would just roll over Hacker's top, as there is 0 splash damage. Whether it's Banelings or whether it's Infestors with Fungals. Now we get the Baneling nest on the way, but again, it's late. Here comes the move outs, and we're going for a pseudo base trade. Yeah, mutas, they rock up across the map. Nickrat, ooh, he responds, he reacts. He's racing back home. At the same time, the drones. 15 drone kills. The Banshees pop off. Now they go down. Mutas are in the main. But Nickrat, we just gotta A move across the map. We just gotta send it. He leaves some Marines at home to defend. Speaking of, back at home we have 2 Lings. There are 2 Zerglings for the Zerg player. He could just walk into the natural. For now, he's just going for the 3rd. Mutas that get shut down. GG gets called, and Nickrat, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Nickrat, he does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if he can extend that lead. We'll see what race Hacker's Top lands on next time. Again, Hacker's Top, he's a random player, and he all-ins every single time, does some crazy stuff, some crazy builds. A lot of it will be determined, though, on what he lands on. Let's roll that dice. Let's roll that dice. As up next, we're loading into ley lines. Let's go. Loading into ley lines here. Once again, Hacker's Top, of course. He is picking random. Typically, he does tell his opponent what he lands on. He doesn't have to, by any means, but he typically does. And there we go. Terran. TVT. And spawning in the right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Ukrainian Terran player, the purple Terran, down in the series. We'll see what build he has up his sleeve this time. For Team Hokago T-Team, it is Hacker is Done. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the red Terran himself, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nickrat. We go. So from here, we are going to be settling in. Nickrat, of course, he is aware that his opponent is playing Terran. Technically, Hacker's Top could have lied to him, but Hacker's Top has been active and been competing at this level for a number of years now, and he always says like what he lands on. Like, he always tells the truth. Like, he doesn't like deceive anyone or anything like that. And again, he doesn't have to say what his race is. He just decides to. This is fine. His choice. Lets him know. And from here, double gas openers from both players. Again, we're expecting an all-in of some kind from Hacker's Top. I do know that he has a 1-base all-in where he goes 1-1-1 into tank push. It's like early tank push with Viking support, and you pull the boys. We'll see if he does that here on ley lines. We shall see. Does open a marine first. We're waiting for the factory. There we go. Factory's on the way. And again, the big question is, after this factory, oh, he's going to wall off. Yeah, he's going to wall off. After the factory, does he expand, or does he throw down a starport, or even another axe? Does he turn this into a 1-base all-in? We're leaning towards yes for that one. So we're leaning towards. I say that Hacker's Top, he's banking resources. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, there it is. one base all in. He's going for the 1-1-1. That's a starport before CC, so 1 base all in out of Hacker's Top. Reaper Scout is getting into the main. Gets an SCV. Gets 1 worker. More boys are being fooled. Nickrat does pull away. Does kite back. And gets another SCV. Another worker falling. Oh, and another... Oh, this is getting out of hand. Getting 3 SCVs. Behind this Nickrat going for his own, of course, macro opener. CC on the low ground. We can see, add-on swap, early tank production into Viking, as I did mention. And with this, you can pull some boys. You can pull some boys to repair, to buffer. Oh. As Hacker Soppy starting his move out. Move out does commence. Going for the add-on swap into Reactor Viking. Oh! Hacker Soppy gets caught out. Nice use of the bushes here. Nice use of the tall grass. As every Marine gets picked off. Here come the reinforcements. Making just 1 tank, 1 Viking, a handful of Marines. Nickrat, he does try to bypass the army, going for the Marines. Does find them. Gets 2. Gets 2 Marine kills. As we're still rallying. Nickrat, he has his own defensive tank, a reactoring and his own Vikings. It's going to be a tough hold. Nice control here once again. Nickrat catching up more Marines. Oh! As Hacker Soppy does have the Viking lead. Yeah, he's going for it. Does go for the fight. Does trade 1-to-1. Ooh, barely doesn't get the other Viking. Barely not. But the bunker does fall. You can see Hacker Soppy slowly gaining ground. Pushing further in. Up. Vikings gets turned away. And now Hacker Soppy expands on location, but this is such a late expansion. Oof. Yeah, rough choice here for the Purple Terran. As he does decide that he can no longer kill Nickrat, he will lose control of the skies. The Hellion in the mineral line. Oh no, they were lining up! No! The Hellion shots, what a mess! Oh my god. Gets 1, gets 4 SCV kills. Ay, not again! He can do it again. The boys are on A move. They're just getting free damage. Oh god. Tanks can't move in. That's gonna be 7 SCV kills. The 1 Hellion is popping off. We need something to defend. GG gets called. And Nickrat will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. GG, well played. Again, some quirky builds out of Hacker's Top, which is what we are here for, of course. We do expect all-ins every single game. He went for a 1-base all-in with a 1-1-1, but he ran out of steam early on. Really cool play out of Nickrat to be able to snipe the Marines early on, to slow down the push, to slow down the all-in. He also reacted with his own reactor Viking production, eventually took control of the skies, and from there took control of the game. And of course, shout out to the 1 MVP Hellion that was just ending it for Nickrat, crippling the economy. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, Nickrat, he will claim the series, and we have some updates on the bracket. Let's catch up. Let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and what the hell has been going on. Let's go. Let us go from the top. We have, oh my god, we already have an next series. Jesus, so little downtime. We have Geralt. He takes down his opponent 2-0. We of course have Nickrat taking down his opponent, and we have Geralt versus Nickrat in the upper semifinals. Meanwhile, Percival takes down Atrox 2-0, and Percival is waiting for the winner of Triple and Hon Mono. I believe that's Hon Mono. I recognize that icon, but I'll double check. I believe that's Hon Mono. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, I can see the animals, Pappy. I can see them. I know who they are. So again, we expect Honmono to advance on against Triple, and Honmono will have a chance against Percival. Wish him the best. Do wish him the best when it comes to that series. Otherwise, we are focusing on our own TVP, Nickrat and Geralt. They're about to face off in that Terran versus Protoss matchup. This is going to be a harder one to call. Part of me leans towards Geralt as the favorite player, but at the same time, I also know that I think I would go as far as to say that Nickrat's best matchup is TVP. Like Nickrat, he can pop off against Protoss. I know that he doesn't enjoy it. I know he does not enjoy Terran versus Protoss, but he has some killer TVP, and he can definitely pop off and overwhelm and take down a player like Geralt. He can do it, man. He can do it. Let's go. As we are going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have the upper semifinals once the Vitas are done. We'll see you guys soon in a couple of moments, in a couple of minutes. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals. The semifinals here of the Galaxy Open Cup season number 2. We have our top 2 players here, and this is going to be a harder one to call. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for the TVP is spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran himself representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicoract. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our TVP. Here we go. Let's get into our TVP. Percival has 46% TVP. ByuN's lower TVP as well. I think I would still say that they have the best matchups are probably TVP. Like if you put ByuN up against and Percival as well, and even Nicoract against the best Protoss players out there, against Max, Hero, and Classic, I would say they have a better chance at beating them than beating, say, like Cyril and Raynor, for example. I mean, we've just seen that when it comes to results. So I recommend watching more StarCraft. Watch more StarCraft. Here we go as we get into our TVP. But also, if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Get your gamba going. As these two do trade back and forth, Geralt and Nicoract. I would say this is harder to call. I do lean towards Geralt. Geralt has some killer late game PvT, 100%. I do favor him in a longer and later game, but can he get there? Can he get to the longer and later game? That's going to be the next big question, as we do have a standard opener, economic start out of Nicoract, going for the Rax expand. Likewise, Geralt as well, going for a standard opener as well. Players are fanning out. Here we are settling in. Now, I want to say they recently played against each other in one of the Open Cups that we did not manage to actually cast ourselves, unfortunately. Geralt, Liquipedia. Which actually went in favor of Nicoract. I think it might have been Sparkling Tunic Cup, actually. Maybe even the most recent Tunic Cup. Let's have a look here. Geralt head-to-head. Nicoract. It was Pigastar Cup, that's it. So not Tunic Cup, but in the most recent Pigastar Cup number 48, Nicoract did take down Geralt 2-0. Unfortunately, we were unable to cover that tournament live at the time, so I'm not too certain as to how that series did unfold, but I remember being very impressed by the result here from Nicoract, so we'll see if we can replicate that success as well. They even more recently did play on the Berry Crunch Open Cup, which did go 2-1 in favor of Geralt, but that's also a bit of a weird kind of game and weird kind of tournaments because they were using a different mod, right? They were playing on a different mod, playing on a different game mode. So I don't really know how much you can take from that. As Geralt, he does reinforce with extra Stalkers. His goal here is to punish the more economic opener of Nicoract. Remember, no safety bunker, but does build up to 4 Hellions and will try to zone this away. They will attempt to. 1 Hellion will fall. Can he get the Stalker? Behind this Geralt, he is reinforcing with the Adept. He is moving in. We're just trying to buy time. Quick Banshee on the way. Again, a very tech-heavy follow-up. That's why there's no Cyclone, for example. We're investing into the Banshee. And Geralt, he's here to punish. Does get 1 SCV. Ooh, does get 1 SCV. Gets a Hellion as well. Hellion does fall. And with the reinforcements, Nicoract holds. And hey, we'll only lose 1 worker. Not bad. Does lose 1 worker, trades out mainly Hellions, and now here come the Cloak Banshees. Now, Geralt, he should be aware that something's wrong. He didn't scout the main base, but what did Geralt do? He saw that we had reactored Hellions non-stop pumping out. Non-stop pumping out at that point. So he's aware that the gas was being spent elsewhere. Does go for the 3rd base before the Robo. So quite a greedy build here from Geralt. As a result, no detection. Uh-oh. Yeah, no detection. Geralt, he cuts corners. In the end, yes, Geralt, he was able to trade against Hellions, but it was a big risk, and it was worth it. It was worth it. Thankfully, there is a Banshee in the main. Sorry, I should say shield battery in the main. So thankfully, there's a shield battery in the main base for the Banshee. Banshee does move in. Cloak is ready. Despite the shield battery, 1 probe does go down, and the Robo is still in production. This is just free damage here on the boys. Hellion gets cleaned up. We're getting 2 workers. 3. Getting up to 4. Here comes Cloak. So far, 4 probe kills. The Observer is halfway done. Banshee popping up. Can we get 6? Can we get 6? The Observer's out. Observer does pop out. Another Banshee here in between the bases. Oh no! One Banshee does rally into the army, but a miscontrol there by Nicaract. The other Banshee does get away. 9 probe kills is solid damage. If only Nicaract didn't rally into the army. Ay, ay, ay. It's a little bit unfortunate there for our Terran player. Behind this, we do see Geralt taking up into splash damage, going for Colossus, not for Storm. Going for a more robo-centric composition. Meanwhile, behind this, Nicaract is building up, getting into his own 3-1-1 setup. If he throws down extra Raxes from here, we can try to commit on 2 bases, but for the most part, we're expecting a 3rd CC. Are expecting a 3rd base. Oh, as the natural base is exposed, tank goes down, no safety bunker. Nicaract coming in from behind. Can he punish? He's going to lose a lot of SCVs. Yeah, a lot of workers go down. The Stalkers, they can blink away. And they do. Geralt, he gets out. Does pull out. Brutal damage out of Nicaract. Nice skin on the Observer. But again, 6 SCVs. And we are building up into the mid-game. 3rd command center is on the way. We're building up. Now, with the death of the Observer, Geralt, he does not see this move out, but he does have the Zelnaga. Okay, he has a tower, spots the drop. Geralt, he rotates it back around. He knows what's coming his way. And he's getting ready. He would now confirms what's ahead of him. Is where the Colossus. From here, trades against the Zealots. Doesn't quite see an opening. And we are expanding. From here, we're slowing down. We're slowing things down, and we do have potential to get into a longer and later game just because, welcome to Maganatha. I was curious if we were going to get to that point, but yes, we're getting into Maganatha. Maganatha is the largest map of the map pool. We're more prone to getting into longer and later games. We see Nicaract going for a 2nd starport, again, amassing into mass Viking production. I mentioned before that I do favor Geralt, though, in this longer game state. If he can get into Colossus and Storm, if he can get up to a 4-base economy, then Geralt can lock Nicaract down. We have seen Geralt take it to the best Terran players in the world, and I'm concerned for Nicaract as a result. Ooh, as he will lose both Medivacs. Yeah, both Medivacs do go down. A nice catch here from Geralt. Nicaract trying to come in from behind, but that's a big loss for Nicaract. As he responds, we have a Zealot run by being set up on the right-hand side. So again, just a really rough setup here for the Terran. Nice Banshee harass again. This one Banshee's put in a lot of work. It's got 13 probe kills on its own, getting even more economic damage. The Observer is now moving in, late to respond, late to react. Speaking of, no Observer? Wait, what? The Observer got sniped earlier on the map, and we have no backup Observer. So free damage. Yeah, but just free damage. The Banshee could even be getting more. Just free damage from the Banshee. Ay, ay, ay. Cannons are on the way as a reaction, as a response. That's still going to be another 4 dead workers. 4, 5 probes going down. The Cloak runs out. Finally, the Banshee goes down. 21 kills on the Banshee. And again, we could have gotten a little bit more if Nicaract wasn't too tentative there. He just was concerned that there was detection on the way, but there wasn't. Oh, nice up there. He gets 2. Oh my god, massive eagles. He gets 2 Colossus. He gets all 3. All 3 Colossus go down. And remember, no storm. No storm either. Vikings, they go for the chase. And Geralt, he crumbles. Yeah, he does fall apart. Nickrat, he is pushing in. There is one Nova. Yeah, one Nova's available. Nova goes off. Ooh, no splits. Yeah, no splits. Massive connection. Ay, ay, ay. Nickrat, he had momentum. He had momentum, but SCVs are going down back at home. Yeah, brutal Zealot counterattack. SCVs, they pop off. Oh, sorry, the Zealots, they pop off in the mineral lines. At the natural, at the third base, 35 SCVs going down. Ay, ay, ay. Nickrat had an amazing fight, but the Zealot run by GG gets called, and Geralt, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, Nickrat, he was able to catch out the army. He was potentially could have been able to just move on forward and keep on going and break his opponent, but back at home, we've seen time and time again, he was caught with his pants down. We saw this not just against Geralt, we saw this against Hacker's Top as well, where there were moments here where Nickrat would be out of position, would not quite have map vision or map awareness or map control, and be caught unawares by Zealot run-bys, by Zealot counterattacks. That did kind of plague Nickrat in the previous series, and we're seeing that here as well. GG. GG, well played with that. Geralt does take a lead in the series, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. As game 2 is going to be on ley lines. Coming into ley lines, the map is smaller. The map is going to be smaller. It's going to be easier to respond and to react to these harassments at these bases. At the same time, it also means that your opponent has less time to move out across the map. I'm leaning towards aggression from the Terran, but we'll see. As spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss. We have the Polish Protoss representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran himself, representing the Planet of Heroes. It is Nickrat. Let us go. Again, both players have their own moments here. We had the one Banshee with 21 probe kills, for example, which was popping off. We had, of course, the better engagement in the center, the better catch-out of Geralt. But again, the run-bys. The run-bys, the counterattacks, that was the biggest bane here for Nickrat. It is something that he has to work on, that he has to tighten up if he wants to take it and make a series out of this against Geralt. Especially getting into a longer game. Especially getting into a longer game. The pants were down, but yeah. Oh, no. All the way. Here we are going to be setting up. Setting up, we are settling in. We do have a more tech-heavy start this time at the Nickrat. Last game we had a rack expand. This time we do have a faster tech lab out of our Terran player. Interesting. So let's have the tech lab. And with this, we'll have faster tech, faster starports. As I said, tech lab, faster factory is what I meant to say. Faster factory, faster tech. And from here, we can get into, say, committed Cloak Banshee play. We can go into mine drops. We can go into early Cyclone drop play. We'll keep an eye on Nickrat. We'll see where it takes us. We'll see where we go. Once again, Twilight Council out of Geralt. We're expecting more of the same. Last game, we had Geralt cutting corners and going for a faster expansion before the Robo. This time, we're expecting a faster Robo. Again, the map is a little bit smaller here, so we should be seeing safer play out of Geralt compared to what we saw last time. Here we do see the commitment into Reaper Hellion. Does get take down one of the Stalkers. Now going into the mineral line. And can he break through? The boys are being pulled. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Gets further in. And the shield battery puts in a lot of work here. This is not quite worth it. Yeah, not worth it. He gets 2 workers. The shield battery does save everything here, and Geralt, he shuts us down. When it comes to the trade, 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions for 1 Stalker and for 3 workers. That is not quite worth it here for Nickracht. Behind this, with that tech-heavy start, is going into Banshee play. Tanks, Banshees, no upgrades yet, but again, very tech-intensive, very gas-intensive here with the setup that we're going for. We'll keep an eye on those Raxes. We'll see how committed he's going to be on 2 bases. See his commitment. Banshee does move out, it gets shut down. It's going to be about the follow-up here from the side of Nickracht. As one that does shade into the main base. It does harass, does slow him down. And we pull the boys. We're going for the 2 base all in. Again, it's just been a really rough start for Nickracht, losing the Reapers, losing the Hellion, losing the Banshee as well. 2 base all in here makes plenty of sense. It's all or nothing. It's all or nothing for Nickracht. Does catch out a Stalker, but the all-in hasn't spotted. So very nice scout here from Geralt. It's on Geralt to slow this down, to slow down the push, to slow down the all-in. Kicks off the SCVs. Oh. Trying to come in from behind. And you can see the reinforcements for Nickracht are delayed. Yeah, they're stuck at home. Stalkers blink in, gets one of the tanks, and Nickracht, his all-in is falling apart here. He doesn't really have much left to work with. He's down to 1 tank, he's down to 1 Banshee. He's forced to fight in the center of the map, which means Geralt, he's reaping the rewards of the base. He's mining more, and the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Geralt. As he's still slowing down the all-in. Here come the reinforcements, but again, there's only 1 tank. And oh no, the tank! No, it's gonna go down as well. Yeah, massive pickoff. Tank does fall. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. 3 tanks go down, and there's almost nothing left. There's almost nothing here. We have a handful of Marines. We have 2 Banshees. Like, the firepower just doesn't exist for Nickracht. Not anymore. As again, it was just a rough start to begin with. And from here, Geralt just collapsing in. Oh. Blinking forward. Bit of a rough blink here for Geralt, losing all of his Stalkers. That's what a good half his Stalkers going down, so that was a really rough moment for Geralt. Banshees, they join the fray. Geralt, we gotta respect the army. we can't blink in like that. Calm down, Geralt, calm down. There's the NG overcharge. With the help of the NG overcharge with the shield battery, he should be able to hold on here. That's down to 3 Marines. 3! Down to 2. Up. A tank does arrive. Boys are being pulled. Boys are coming in for the surround. Stalkers, they blink on top of the tank. But the Banshees, they do so much damage in the sky here. They do reset the Stalker count. They do get another warp in. Oh no! Down to 2 Banshees, down to 1. 1 Banshee. And you can see how close the defense is here. Down to 3 Stalkers. Imagine if Nickracht was able to preserve a tank earlier. Like, he just needed a little bit more to fully break through. Even here, he's still getting quite a bit done. So a very, very shaky, very scrappy fight. Oh, the boy, the rest of the boys have arrived. Let's go. The boys are back. How many Stalkers do we have left? 5. 5 Stalkers remaining. Geralt, he moves out. As he moves out, Nickracht, he moves in with the second wave, with the second all-in. Army's out of position. Can we get on top of the production? Charge is done. There's a recall. Oh, the storm does connect. Second one less so. That was a brutal first storm. Tank does siege, but the Marines are so low from the storm. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, the Marines, they just got shot down by the storm. And we need more ByuN. We need more support for the army. So you can see we're just biding more time for the warpins. Cells like coming from behind. They go on top of the tank. The tank does go down. Banshees, they do get punished. That's a lot of Banshees falling. Jesus. That's what, 4 Banshees falling here. I keep saying Banshees, right? I'm going to say Stalker. Those 4 Stalkers falling by the Banshees. And it's been a long passing day, man. It's been long. The first time I said the wrong unit, actually, this series even. Stalkers, they blink in. Sniping another Banshee. And we're down to 1 Banshee. It's finally does fall. Geralt, he holds. It was a very tense hold here, but Geralt, he survives. Oh, we pull more. Jesus, how many boys do we have? The boys, they just keep coming. The all-in never stops. Oh my god. It never stops. Geralt, he expands. He gets a 4th base in the middle of the all-in. He's crazy, fam. He's crazy. Oh my god. Yeah, massive storms. And GG finally gets called. Geralt, he survives. That was an insanely long 2-base all-in. Which again, almost broke through, almost overwhelmed. Imagine that push if Nickrack had actually saved one of the first tanks. If the first tank had survived to be a part of the main push, if he was able to get away a little bit undetected for a little bit longer there, I can see a world where Nickrack does take that game, because that was still a very close defense, despite the fact that Geralt had a really strong start. He slowed the game down so much by sniping 2 tanks, by sniping most of the Marines, by getting one of the Banshees as well, before the all-in really even got across the map. If that hadn't happened, that probably would have been game. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Geralt. He will claim it. It does claim the series. And with that, we're going to be following Geralt into what? Into the grand finals. Let's go. As we can switch things over here and catch up, as we do have Geralt taking the series 2-0, and we do have Percival still waiting for either Hon, Mono, and Triple. Now, he might, despite that, we might just not have a result being submitted there. Let's double check. Let us double check here, because I believe Choi should be casting that series. Let's see. I believe he's casting over on Shijik. It's happening over on Choi's channel. Oh, I can't watch him. Oh no. Is he dual streaming? Because I think he has a Twitch channel as well. I think I needed a Shijik account to watch. But I'm assuming that he's watching the Home Mono series, so I'll hop on over to the Korean server and figure out what's going on. Just because I'm pretty sure Home Mono versus Triple should be done by now, right? Like, it's a TVP, those are not... Those should not be long games. Okay, they're 6 minutes in. Okay. They're mid-series. So again, Home Mono versus Triple, they're currently mid-series, currently 6 minutes into the game. Looks like once they wrap up, we'll be following the winner of that into Percival, then into Geralt in the grand finals. That'll be the plan. That will be the plan. Scrappy fight. Very scrappy. Very scrappy. But with that, GG, well played. So we just have some downtime. We have some downtime here waiting for the next series to get ready. And speaking of, they just had a game. So we're going to be going on a short break. So take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, and we'll see you guys very soon here for our next matchup. See you soon. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the tail end of the broadcast. We're here in the second semifinals. We just wrapped up with the quarterfinals and upper semis, and now we have Geralt. Geralt, he's waiting for the winner of this series in the next round as we jump into our fresh TVT. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is Percival. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player, the red Terran player himself. It is Hon Mono. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVT. Oh, and I do need a moment here to set up our player name. And there we go, we have our TVT. And if you're unfamiliar with our players here, Hon Mono, he is known for being hyper aggressive and hyper cheesy, hyper all-in, specifically against Protoss. Against Protoss, Hon Mono, he is the cheesiest player out there. Against Terran, he plays more standard. Speaking of more standard, he does go for a 2x opener though. Interesting. This should be 2x Reaper. If so, this is designed to hard counter a proxy 2x Reaper, but Percival, he's back at home, going for a standard opener, double gas. Double gas, faster factory, safe start out of Percival. I do favor Percival when it comes to these openers. So in TVT, there's a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors here when it comes to build choices. That is true. So coming into this opener, I do favor Percival as he will have the faster factory, faster Hellion, and his army and his setup will just scale better into a longer and later game. Meanwhile, again, as we mentioned before, Hon Mono, this is designed to hard counter proxy and hyper aggression. That's not what we're getting though out of Percival. Ahí está. Shaking my head. Oh my god, Percival, calm down! As he does thread the needle, does avoid the first two Reapers himself. From here, does pull back, reinforcing. He has yet to scatter across the map, of course. We do see a delayed, even further delayed CC here at a Hon Mono. We'll see if he goes for a starport after the factory into a one base all in, or if he does expand based on the rally, he's expanding. Okay, so he's going for the delayed CC. At the same time, Hon Mono does try to bust off the ramp. He will lose one of his Reapers, and he will lose too much. He'll lose far too much here. Every Reaper goes down. Better trade here from Percival as he does fight with his Hellion, and Hon Mono has to get the hell out of here. A rough start for Hon Mono. The CC has begun only just now, and Percival's is almost done. Almost complete. So again, Percival does have a very strong start here, as he mentioned. A bit of a rock, paper, scissors when it comes to the build of choice, when it comes to the opener, and Percival is looking very in form, very ahead. It's a rough position for Hon Mono to be in. As Hon Mono, he will miss the army, which means we can just delay the CC even further. Goes into the natural. SCV goes down, CC is further delayed, and better trades here for Percival. He's just not really in control. Yeah, he's just gonna take it from here. Shuts down the entire army. Still no production, no progression, I should say, on the CC. Oh my god, barely doesn't get the Reaper. Doesn't get the final Reaper, and Hon Mono, he's miles behind. How to catch up? Third CC immediately before the natural's even done, before it's even halfway done. Double expand. I mean, Hon Mono, he's up against the wall. He has to do something drastic here to catch up, to recover. Double expand is the way to go. Oh, it's Hon Mono's way to go. Oh boy. Also, big shout out to Rowdy in the chat. Este Rowdy. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Ah. As Percival, he does move out. He's going for his own drop across the map, back at home, getting to his own just standard setup here. We do have Ravens building up, Endurance Matrix on the way, Cyclones as well. Here we do deflect the initial drop. Oh, despite the scan, the medevac does get away. There are TC here for Percival, again just getting further ahead. Yes, on the one hand, Homeowner, he does finish up his own third base so he can recover economically. He can look to recover economically, but can he ever expand is the problem. Oh. Can he ever claim his third? Fire Army does fall, but he doesn't quite get on top of the tank. Water Shower coming in, does get the Cyclone. Does barely snipe the Cyclone. A bit of an awkward trade here from Percival, again bleeding out a lot of units trying to break this position, and Percival doesn't need to. Like, all he needs to do is contain. He doesn't have to push in. And Percival, he does bleed out a Raven, a Cyclone, a Medevac. These are some high value units here. Percival, we gotta calm down. And Percival, he will lose a tank. Tank does fall. Percival, we have to get the hell out of here. Good to see you still grinding, Pat. We need to still catch up. Yes, we do, Pat, we do. Always on that grind. I have some pet bunnies now. I have some pet bunnies. Some conejitos. I have 2 bunnies. They're beautiful. Yes. Oh, as we have a double drop into the main. Ooh, full medevac goes down. Ay. Takes down the full medevac. Does pick up a couple of SCVs there. It's going to be 8 SCVs going down. It's going to be a one-way trip. Oof, and that's brutal here. 2 full medevacs. Tanks were inside that as well. Also, I love how if you look at the battle report, Homeowner's name is full question marks. God damn it. But that was 2 tanks. That was 2 tanks going down for Homeowner. Doesn't actually show in the battle report. Just because the tanks were in the medevacs, I think. But they did fall. Again, those are brutal losses. Both players getting up to 3 bases. Personally, still has a lead. He still has momentum. But the game is slowing down. We're moving out with drop play more than anything. We're keeping the main armies at home. So we're just slowly going to build up. And yeah, it's going to be a bit of a slower progression in towards a longer game. I also have 2 female bunnies. They better go in pairs because they're very social. And if they're alone, they get depressed. Oh no, I also have 2 female bunnies. 2 female bunnies. I didn't want to go through the stress of having, like, I kind of did want like 1 male, 1 female, but like the stress of like that small window in time where they hit puberty and they're not desexed, and you don't want something to happen, right? You don't want, like, suddenly, bam, like you have like a litter of baby rabbits on the way. So that definitely was the deterrent of getting a pair of a male and a female for the bunnies. So to avoid any of that, to avoid any of that stress, we get 2 females. Oh. Yeah, as the boys are going to be pulled here, Percival, he will overwhelm. Shots at every single SCV. Again, had a lead from earlier, of course. And Homeowner, he has almost nothing to defend. GG gets called. Percival does overwhelm. Percival does take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Percival just had a stronger start to the game. It was just a really unfortunate opener that Homeowner went for. And he took a really brutal start to the game, really brutal deficit. That's what I was looking for. where he had a very delayed natural base. He had less workers, had less army to work with as well, so just fell behind very early on. Tried to recover, and there was some nice moments for Homono where Percival was overextending into the natural, where he was taking fights he didn't need to, and then right after that, Homono dropped into the main and lost 2 tanks. He lost 2 tanks and 2 medevacs. It was a brutal doom drop there for Homono. It wasn't worth it. So anything that he was kind of gaining back, he lost then and there, and then it was just smooth sailings from Percival from then on forward. GG. GG, well played with that. Percival does take a 1-0 lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Just catching him with the 10. 1 male, 1 female bunny. 999 bunnies later. True. So, yeah, I didn't want that. We were considering adopting for sure. It is typically advised to adopt bunnies, of course, so that was definitely something that we were looking into. But for a lot of the bunnies that are up for adoption, they're very much so older. They're very much so older and already established as well. So we got 2 baby bunnies. They're babies. One day we'll have bunny cam. One day. One day. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran. The Blue Terran leading the series 1-0. Oh, as I do have to fix up the in-game overlay. It is Percival. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Red Terran player, the Red Terran himself. From the land of South Korea, representing Team Hyper 1, it is Mono. Guess we now know your favorite SC2 player, Bunny. Oh no, not like this. I'm a big Bunny fan. I was very tempted to call our bunnies Bunny and ByuN. Very tempted. We got the kids 3 baby chickens incubated from eggs. Let's go. That's really cool. It's very cool. Now you get fresh eggs. Now you get fresh, or you will get fresh eggs. Every morning, baby, every morning. My sister, she lives out in the outback, if you will, like in very rural Australia. And for her family, they have their own like farm. They have, of course, their own flock of chickens as well, and they are drowning in eggs. I think they have like 7 chickens or something, and they have too many eggs. So every now and then they send eggs over our way. They're like, we have too many. Just eat the eggs. I'm like, it's too many eggs. Oh yeah, it's very cute. They have their own chickens. Well, you have your own chickens now. Say 7 chickens. They have 7 hens. 7 hens. For now, we are going to be selling to our initial openers. This time, there's no crazy 2-rack opener or anything like that. So we have a much more standard setup. Racks into factory into CC. So we have a more tech-heavy start out of Homono. This is the same build that Percival went for last game. So same build. Meanwhile, we do have Percival going for the economic opener, Racks Expand. So we have a more economic start out of Percival. He's going to be the defender. That's why he's getting the bunker on the low ground to receive the army coming his way. Nice positioning. Is on top of the ramp and does punish the Reaper. Do you see Homono going for the rotation? Bunker is full. And Percival, he's holding nicely. He does hold nicely for now. Again, Homono, he does have map control. He does have additional Hellions. He can try to rush past the bunker and go straight for the mineral line. That is going to be an opportunity or an option here for Homono. And he's going for it. He does go for it. Does go for the dive. But not many SCVs to really kill. Yeah, this is not quite worth it. It gets 1 Marine, but loses Reaper. Loses a Hellion as well. And Homono bleeding out a lot of supply early. And again, the goal here was for economic damage. He's not getting any. He gets 1 SCV. Can he get 2? No, not even. Oh, good. Repair's not in time. Reaper pulls away. Nice control there by Percival. Oh, my god. Cleans up the Hellion. And look at the trades here. Again, that was 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions. For what? For 1 Hellion for 3 Marines. Didn't even kill it SCV. I thought he got 1 earlier. Not even. So a very nice trade here for Percival, and bearing in mind, he maintains his economic lead. Remember, he cut corners, he went for a faster CC, that's why he has 32 SCVs to the 28 of Homeowner. Doesn't sound like a lot, doesn't sound like a big deal, but in a mirror matchup this early on, I mean, this is a big lead for the Blue Terran. Homeowner back at home, 3rd CC. How does he come back in this game? He rushes into a 3rd CC, the Reaper Scout does confirm. Percival, he is now aware of the greed of Homeowner. Now, Percival, he can either meet him and go for greed himself, or turn this into a 2-base all-in. So Percival, he has a choice to make. Expands. So he's going to meet him there, and he will take his own 3rd base. It is later than Homeowner's, but Percival, he is ahead. I think it's fine. He has that economic lead. I'll pick up there out of Homeowner. See, Medevac does pull back. Back does pull away. Yes, you want to check out the bunnies. There are some videos and images on in our Discord channel. I'm not really one that takes a lot of photos, so it's quite limited, but they're there. They're there. They have grown a lot though since those videos. Grown a lot. Here we go. Mono tells me about. With this, it does have Interference Matrix. Does have the Matrix. And we'll see if he can work his way into the bases. Again, there's not really that many Marines here. No bunker either. The bunker was salvaged. He's going for it. Yeah, he's going for the dive. Disables both tanks. Quick on siege. Percival, calm down. Doesn't siege. Does pull away. Yeah, boys are being pulled. A nice counter disable. Ravens are coming from behind. And Homeowner, he gets lured in. Yeah, the bait was real. Every tank is going to go down. Percival, he saves his tanks. He shuts down his opponents. Percival, he's all over Homeowner. He's all over him. Fun fact, he will lose 6 SCVs, but Percival, he still has a worker lead. His 3rd base is up and running. He has mules. Meanwhile, the 3rd base for Homeowner is exposed. As here comes a counterattack. Does spot the tank. Boys gonna try to escape. There's Yoda turrets. Vikings a land, and Percival, he will just snowball out of control. He breaks through the siege line. Takes down the tank. Can take down the other as well. Final tank goes down. And again, Homeowner just overextending earlier. He thought he saw an opening, but even before that, Percival just had an insane start to the game. Boys being pulled, 24 SCVs going down. And with that, Percival, he has done it. He has broken the natural base. From here, pushing into the main. Oh. Again, just a really smart engage from Percival back at home. To unsiege his tanks in time, to come in from behind with the Ravens. It's crazy. Looks like Homeowner, he might barely clean this up, but what's he holding on to? He's down to 29 SCVs, down to a 1 base economy. And we can see Percival still just rallying in. Ooh, he has no medevac support. Yeah, no medevacs. Percival, he will lose the entire army, but he has 4 bases. It's fine. Like he has 4 expansions, he has 4 bases, he's taking his gases, his production's kicking in. Percival just has to take it slow. Just take it slow. as it looks like the final stand here for Homeowner. GG gets called, Good Luck gets called as well, and Percival, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Percival, as he was looking very informed and very dominant. Again, game 1 was just a really rough start for Homeowner, as he did open up 2-axe Reaper and he got shut down early on and he was just playing from behind. Game number 2 kind of similar here, where Homeowner, he overextended with his Reaper Hellion and it wasn't worth it. He did take a massive economic loss at the start of the game due to his hyper aggression failing, and with that he tried to recover by rushing into a 3rd CC. He then went for a later move out into the natural and he overextended. He thought there was an opening, but he was completely shut down. He got surrounded, he lost the entire army, and everything just snowballed out of control from there. GG. GG, well played. An impressive performance there by Percival, as we are going into the grand finals. Oh my god. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves, as we have made our way into the final series of the broadcast. From the top, Geralt took down Nick Rat 2-0 to advance on to the grand finals. Meanwhile, we have our next finalists here, of course, in Percival. So it's going to be a Terran versus Protoss matchup, TVP between Percival and Geralt. Let's go. Let's go. Vitas are underway. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we will have our next and final series. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals. Those grand finales here of the Galaxy Open Cup season number 2. We are back and we're jumping into our TVP, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the red Protoss player, himself, representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player himself. It is Percival. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our best of 5 TVP. Here we go. As we get into our Terran versus Protoss, once again, we do have Geralt stepping into the ring here as a very heavy kind of macro player. We have seen Geralt in the late game pop off and take it to some of the best Terran players in the world if he can get there. On these larger maps, I do favor Geralt and his ability to slow the game down. Maps like Maganatha, maps like Tokamak, maps like Incorporeal, I can see Geralt attempting to get into that longer and later game state. Meanwhile, Percival is going to be more favored earlier on, especially on some of these smaller maps. Maps like Pylon, maps like Ultra Love, maps like Torches, if we join up on those maps, depending on the vetoes, of course. course. But we'll see. We'll see how we do approach this. I did mention this before, but Percival, his strongest matchup is TVP. He has some insane turn versus Protoss, where recently he did defeat Classic, did defeat Creator, did defeat Nightmare. Percival has some big wins in recent times under his belt. And we'll see if he can add Geralt to that list of players. Here we go. Behind this double gas opener into a faster factory, into a more tech-heavy start. And Geralt, I believe, yep, did see the timing, or did see the second gas, did see the timing of the factory. Geralt knows. He knows, he's aware. He is aware of the setup. Percival does move out. Probe does successfully hide from the Reaper. From here, Percival dancing with the army is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Geralt. Meanwhile, Percival back at home just getting into his own 1-1-1. We'll see if he goes for the add-on sword or if he keeps the tech lab on the factory. Eyes are on Percival. Chipping away at the initial adept. Adept does get quite low. Does shade away. Behind this, we don't go for the add-on sword. We do have the early drop play instead, going for the early Cyclone drop. So getting to Marine, Cyclone into drop play. Hero playing it safe. Getting up to 3-gate blink. Adept shades into the main. Yeah, he gets a full scout. He's aware there's no mine drop. Aware there's no Hellion drop either. And did even see the Cyclone. So, Geralt, he knows. Back at home, he's getting ready. Warping in additional Stalkers, is going for a third Nexus before any gases, before any Robo. Coming in for the interception, looking for the drop. Oh, does find it. Yeah, it does barely find it. Blink is not yet done, and the Stalkers, they get caught out. Yeah, better catch here for Percival. One Stalker goes down. Ay. Percival is moving in. Recall was towards the natural, not into the main. Main base is exposed. Diving into the main. Geralt responds. At least he tries to lock on a Stalker. Stalker gets caught out. Does go down. Nice pickup. Gets one Stalker, going for another. Barely doesn't get it. Shout to the shield battery. Oh no! As Lockham takes out another Stalker. Shield battery's down eventually. Yeah, there's two Stalkers going down, and Percival does pull away. Percival does pull away, does pull out. Didn't get any major economic damage, but does trade against the Stalkers and mainly trading out Marines. So you can see here, losing Marines, Hellion, Reapers as well. They don't really scale well into a longer game. Losing these key units for Stalkers specifically is not a bad trade for Percival. Behind this all has been distracting. Banshee play. Banshees are on the way. Cloak as well, getting to tank production. Third TC is in production, so Percival is not going for a 2-base all-in, going for a third expansion, which does make sense. And we are following this up with Mech. Again, Mech has been very trendy as of late in TVP. If you've been watching StarCraft, you would know that players like Cure, Maru, players like Percival, Clem as well, Gabe, they've all been embracing Mech in this matchup. The one player that hasn't been playing Mech against Protoss has been ByuN. But only in that matchup, I should say. ByuN does play Mech against Zerg, it does play Mech against Terran. Hey, we even casted that earlier today during ByuN versus Maru. Did see that Mech. But now we're seeing it here out of Percival. Now we'll see what kind of variation of mech he goes for. We have the answer, battle mech. There are variations where you can go into a slower style of mech, but that's typically on smaller maps. Banshees do fan out. Cloak is done. Detection is in position. Observer moves in. Gets eyes on the Banshees, and Geralt, he should be able to react. There we go. Does pull away in time. Lose a couple of workers, but Blink is done, and the Banshees are punished. Oh, as the Banshees barely get away. Okay. First of all, he pulls out. Now, Battle Mech can be terrifying and can overwhelm, but it does need some time to build up. It does need some time to really build up and to really get its footing going. Gerald perks in, gets 4 SCVs, 5 SCVs, very nice. 5, 6 workers going down. Gerald, he pulls away. So nice run by here from Gerald. Again, Percival, he's still building up his Cyclone count. He still doesn't really have a presence on the map. He's still stuck at home. Percival, he's walling up, throwing down extra factories. More factories. Geralt, he does slip behind the main army into the natural. Ooh, nice blink. Saves the stalkers. As we do see Geralt active on the map, Banshees, they hit the third base once again. 9 probe, 10 probes. Oh, just 9. 9 probe kills, nice damage. Banshees, they do slip away. So far, no Banshees have gone down, so better trades here from Percival. And again, he's still just building up that mech army. So just massing up back at home. Thankfully, Geralt, he's fully aware of what's going on. Behind this, we should be focusing on a gateway heavy composition with Immortals, and we are making 2 Immortals at a time. That is the ideal. Does have Storm, which is okay. Storm can graze Battle Mech. Can zone. Mainly zone. It'd be most useful against the Hellbats, specifically. We'll see if we can land a juicy connection with that Storm. As Percival moves out. Geralt, he's aware. Banshee's one. Banshee finally goes down. But they still just gotten so much damage over time. Tanks are moving in. See how Percival does siege up. Yeah, setting up behind this. Zealous, they get on top of the first tank. Yeah, nice flank. Gets one. One tank goes down. Storm of the Hellbats. Yeah, Storms, they shut down the Hellbats, and Percival, he does have to pull away, and he abandons those 3 tanks. 3 tanks go down. Again, just a really awkward setup there. A nice flank by Geralt. Same time, move from Hellion run by. Gets 8 probes. Lock-ons on the Immortals. But again, there's no backbone to this army. First, we have to get the hell out of here. Hasakai back. Oof. Storm of the Hellions. Yeah, Storm of the Battle Mech. We stand in the storms. Yeah, some rough fights here from Percival. But he just wants to get on top of those Immortals. He wants the Immortals, Pappy. He gets them. Immortal goes down. The lock-ons, they're paying off. Gets an Archon as well. Some better trades towards the end, but the army is so very low here. He has to repair. We gotta top up that army. And we also gotta not stand in the storms. As the Cyclones, they're 1 storm away from all just going down. 1 storm back. I say that there's no Head Templar. There's no Templar. I mean, even just 1 charge. If Zealots are able to engage, you can see that Percival, he does not get topped up. So he moves out once again. I mean, this army still has a lot of value for sure. Just, it's a very fragile army. Very fragile. Gets on top of the base. Geralt completely out of position. Yeah, Nexus goes down. Oh no, the storm, no! The storm shuts down the cyclones. Almost every cyclone goes down. Again, they were barely standing. Held together by duct tape. No. Oh, once again, miss rally out of Percival. Percival does miss rally. Zellsay collapse on top of the... Oh, they try to collapse on top of the tanks. But Geralt getting ready for a surround. Who surrounds who? Yeah, Geralt is coming in. The Immortals Age rotates. Immortals Age coming from behind. Percival's going to keep going. And gets an Immortal. Once again, though, he has to pull out. Medivacs, the Blink does punish. Catching out Medivacs, catching out Cyclones as well. Expensive losses there for Percival. It does have the siege line. Nice tank volleys. I like that answer. Who wins tomorrow, Clem or Hero? We win. Yes. Is the correct answer. Ooh, as he does force a recall back home at the same time, Zellsay dive on top of the planetary. Wizard repair! Does he repair in time? Yeah, Percival focusing elsewhere. There we go. Does pull the boys. Will repair. Aliens get into another middle line. 25 probe kills. 26. Can we get 27? Not quite. But 26 workers without Geralt, his economy is crippled. And Percival, he's slowly building up that army. Again, he's kind of done when it comes to battle mech. He's now going back into tank production, making 2 tanks at a time. The tank count is very high, but he needs the support for the tanks. He needs to just have their way with these tanks. So again, he needs that buffer. As you can see here, now we're stopping tank production, purely Hellion Cyclone. He needs that battle mech. He needs it. And Percival, he's maxed. Percival, he is maxed out. Yes, tank boys that pop up on the Stalker. Stalker's going to be going down. That's still a lot of Immortals, though, but they cannot get close enough. Immortals, they get zoned away. Ooh, missed rally here by Geralt. Miscontrolled. Oh, throwing away 3 Immortals. That's 5 Immortals going down. And Geralt is falling apart. He's falling apart here. Cyclones, they give chase. They take down more Immortals. That's another 2 falling. Down to 1, down to 0. 0 Immortals left. And with that, Percival, he's done it. Percival, he has done it. Again, just crippling the economy earlier, getting 26 worker kills. Geralt did replenish those workers, but again, he was focusing on rebuilding his economy. He didn't have an army. He was lacking that army. Storms, they help wherever they can. But GG gets called in. Percival, he will take a lead in the series, 1-0. GG. Whew, GG, well played. It does take a lead. And again, a very intense back and forth here. There were definitely some moments for Geralt where he was able to take some better engagement. Getting into game number 2. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran leading the series 1-0. It is a Percival. Here we go. Hello, Percival. As he does move out with the initial SCV, does hug the edge of the map, and sets up with a proxy. It does open up with a proxy. As we were getting into this again, the rush distance by ground on Ultra Love is far shorter. You can be hyper aggressive and very in the face of your opponents here. This is where I do lean towards Percival. Again, Maganatha was meant to be Geralt's map, but I mean, hey, I don't think he was quite expecting Mech to be showcased on Maganatha, which is a really good way to make use of a larger map like that. Geralt, he never quite maxed out. He never quite got into his own game state. He never got into his own late game that he typically thrives on. Didn't get there. Meanwhile, proxy 2 racks. Oh boy. Gas, of course, is being taken back at home, so we should be going 2 racks Reaper. Typically, the 2 rack setup is closer to the main base to actually make use of the Reaper cliff. That's not the case here. Geralt comes in with a Rope Scout. It does make a Zealot back at home. He will scout the ramp. He will see that a Rax is missing, but ooh, he does cancel the Zealot. Does cancel. Nexus on the way. And Geralt, he's now confirming that something's not quite right. Reapers are amassing. Now remember, this is not an all-in out of Percival. It's designed to give Percival an economic lead, an economic edge, by getting probe kills, while Percival expands. Now the first cell does arrive. Was chronoed out. Reaper does back in. Stalker is going to be out in time as well. The Stalker will pop. Ooh, still gets 1 probe though. And 1 probe goes down. Oh, the Reaper barely escapes on 1 HP. The 1 HP Reaper does get away. From here, the Reapers, the Rax are floating back home. We're now to 3 Reapers. Going for the mineral line. He already has 1 probe kill. Can he get 2? This Reapers are getting quite low. Does deny mining. Does not quite rotate into the main. Stalkers are ready. Oh, he's going for it though. He's turned away. And do you see what I see? I see a 3rd Rax. That is a 3rd Rax before Starport. This is indicative of a 2 base all-in. It's like Ultra Love, Torches, and Pylon do favor 2 base all-ins. So that's what we expect. It's on Geralt to figure out what's going on though. Ooh, as Percival, he will lose 1 of the Reapers. 1 Reaper goes down. Blink is on the way. So far, we have a lower gateway count. There we go. Extra gateways are being turned down. 3-gate Blink. 3-gate Blink Stalker. So it does make its way across the map. And what do we confirm? Doesn't see too much here. Still goes to the starport. Okay, never mind. If we did delay and skip the starport even further, then I would have double down on this being a 2 base all-in. But now there's the follow-up. As SCVs are getting picked up. Getting 3 SCV kills. Behind this, no tank production. Going for stim and combat shields. So Percival, he still has the option to expand. He has the option. Just building up towards that stim timing. eBay is on the way for +1. Calming down. Geralt's working towards Storm. Storm's on the way. Percival still waiting for his upgrades, waiting for his Medivacs before he moves out. Again, I still do expect him to expand just because he's also waiting for +1. Like, +1 is also a ways away, so going to be a later timing. Bold blink here by Geralt, picks up a couple of Marines. Does blink away. And here comes that storm. It's coming. Nice rotation. Oh my god, he gets another Medivac. Oh, the full Medivac. Full Medivac goes down. Or half full Medivac. Nice catch, and Percival, he's being shut down. Now he expands. Yeah, he's forced to. TC's on the way. Any kind of timing he wanted to hit, it's not going to happen. Not anymore. Not like this. Now, Percival, he can still recover, but he's just lost a lot of momentum. He's lost a lot of momentum, a lot of aggression. Doesn't quite catch the Stalker. Double drops moving out. Cody has a spotted pylon. And he has storms in the main. Jesus. He barely, does catch a glimpse of the Medivacs. Yeah, he did notice. Did notice in time. He reacts. Storms are coming in. Wouldn't mind to do Maru. Oh, nice on Maru. Storms, nice splits here with the Marines. Does force the Archon. Not bad. Yeah, first he trades well. Does pull out. Ooh, but it looks like he bled out a lot of supply here. Yeah, at the third base. Percival just bleeding out far too much. Again, the hyper aggression of Percival just has not paid off. It's not paid off here. As he will lose map control. Geralt, he can just keep pushing. Diving on the Medivacs. Again, aggression, it goes both ways. Aggression being favored goes both ways. And GG, Geralt, he will tie things up 1-1. Whew, GG, well played. Just a really rough early game there for Percival, being shut down as hard as he was, losing Medivacs, losing drops, losing a lot of his army, which means that he couldn't really get into his own sim timing. And with that, Geralt ties up the series. Let's go. We're getting into game 3. We're getting into game 3. And we'll see how our players do adjust coming into that third game. Bearing in mind this is the best of 5, so we still have plenty of games ahead of us. Still have plenty of games. As up next, we're loading into Tokamak. Ooh, this is going to be a tougher one here for Percival. We spoke earlier how we do favor Geralt in a longer standard macro game, and Tokamak is built for that. It's built to slow things down, to establish itself on 3 and 4 bases. This is going to be Geralt's most ideal map out of any other map in the map pool. It's going to be difficult for Percival to really get momentum here. He might be tempted to proxy again, might be tempted. Here we go. Getting into Tokamak. Oh, and as we're getting in, a big shout to Kanoya in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 6 months for half a year support. Este Kanoya. Thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate it. As we're getting into our third game and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is Percival. And I'm hoping that Percival can hang in there in the sense that he had some momentum in the series, of course. But if you notice, he did not GG last game. He's known for being a very emotional player, very emotional, to the point where he has just abandoned series before and abandoned finals. that has happened, especially if things don't go his way. So, fingers crossed. Hoping that the smudge doesn't get to him, but yeah. As of now, settling in. So far we do have our standard openers. This time there's no proxy, this time there's no SCV across the map. Percival does expand. So, economic opener here out of Percival and Tokamak makes plenty of sense. No proxies, no shenanigans, not this time. And can Geralt break the mental? Oh no. Gets a full scout, of course, confirms the more economic start. We do have a safety bunker on the way, thankfully, for Percival, playing it safe. Does go for the reactor, not the tech lab. So no early Marauder, no early Cyclone. And Geralt, he's moving out. He's moving out to try to punish that CC. So a very aggressive start here to Geralt, as he does rally. Does rally across. Bunker is now done just in time. Ooh, but the SCV. SCV gets away. Worker does get away. Bunker not quite within range of the ramp. Oh. As we're going for the SCV, but the Stalker is going to get caught out. Yeah, nice catch here from Percival. Shuts down the Stalker. Doesn't lose anything. Very nice defense. Percival, he defends well. Geralt's back at home. Once again, we're expecting 3-gate blink. Geralt, he might decide to cut some corners here. He did notice the more economic start, so it is viable to go for a faster third. But here, 3-gate blink Stalker. Still playing safe. Still playing it out safe. Death does get into the main base, is going to go down, just barely. But does confirm the 1-1-1. Is where the Cyclone drop. Cloak Banshee behind this. Now we do see that Geralt did once again delay his robo. What I mean by that, he got a third base before the robo. So delayed detection out of Geralt. He might delay his robo a little bit further. We should be seeing one soon, but he might decide to take his gases. Get a forge. Do the Temple Archives. Hoping he does. I'm hoping he does get the robo soon. Let's focus halfway down. There it is. Robo's on the way. Robo's in production. Banshee does move out across the map. And we'll see how this lines up. Geralt's going to be applying a lot of pressure. Banshee moves out, we'll eventually have Cloak. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close here. As at home, there is thankfully a safety shield battery, at least in the main, not at the natural. And Cloak is done. The Banshee is still making its way across the map, though. It is going to be more delayed. And we're going into mech. Okay. I mean, hey, if we saw mech on Maganatha, we're seeing mech here on Tokamak. There's a bit of a trend. We're going for mech on the larger maps. So the larger the map, the more commonly, or at least the more likely, we're going to be seeing mech. Hallucination does confirm. Sees both factories. Banshee does hit the main. Cloak is a little bit premature. Put the observers out. And she does pull out in time. Second Banshee towards the natural. No shield battery. Gets 4 verbs. Ooh, even a sentry. 4 verbs and a sentry. Does pull out of the bases. A nice start here for Percival. Does have a nice start. Security does rotate. From here he reinforces, recharge is done. We do have a massive siege line set up here at the third, but there is an opening coming into the natural. Do we just bypass the main army? Can we slip into the natural base? See how he does approach this. Actually just going for the tanks. First tank is exposed, he gets 1. 1 tank goes down. Tanks stay focused by the stalkers. Second tank falls as well. Boys are being pulled, getting us up with that final tank. Yeah, it does break through. Takes out all 3 tanks, but it's going to cost Geralt the entire army. Oh, he does not break through. He does not get economic damage. That was not worth it by Geralt. He doesn't touch the economy. Mining was denied, but that was it. Oof. And Percival takes the lead. Percival, he takes a massive lead here. Again, Geralt, he had potential. He did reset the tank count, but it was not worth it. Percival up in workers, even on bases. Geralt, he's getting a 4th base, but can he keep it up and running? As the 4th is on the way. Banshees do cause a distraction, they get dealt with. And not the best execution from Percival. Throws with the Banshees and Geralt defends. Percival has to get the hell out of here. That's a blow 8. He cannot take this fight. More sins on Hellbats, which means they should be going down as well. Let's waddle away. Bold Link. As a result, does lose a Stalker, does lose 1, 2, 3 Stalkers go down. Geralt, he's still looking for damage. Does find some SCVs. Same time, still around by the right hand side. Remember, the tank count was reset. Side on the Cyclones. And Geralt, he isn't trading too poorly here, but yeah, doesn't trade too badly whatsoever. 10 SCV kills at the 3rd base. Very nice. And he cleans up all these Cyclones. And no control here. Percival, he was distracted. Missed control out of the Terran. Bleeds out a lot of Cyclones. Once again, another counterattack. And Percival just being pulled apart. He cannot defend both locations at once. Yeah, he's being punished for his 4th base. And Geralt, he's doing it. Geralt, he's breaking Percival. He needs a little bit more. Un poquito más. Stalkers are coming in from behind. They get a full surround. Cyclone's going to be falling. Again, Percival, he had a better start, but alas, he could not defend his 4th base. He tried to, got punished for it. Was too greedy, and with that, Geralt will take a 2-1 lead in the finals. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Geralt, he does bounce back, does recover. Again, he had a really rough moment when he did overextend, pushing into the bases of Percival. He lost everything, and Percival took a lead, took a very nice lead. but he tried to expand, got his fourth base a little bit too soon, especially after losing all his tanks. He couldn't actually defend his third and fourth base at the same time. Not then, not that early on. GG. GG, well played with that. Geralt, he does extend his lead, and Geralt, he's one game away from claiming the series here and now. One more game. Does need one more game. And the next game is going to be on ByuN. So we go from one of the larger maps to the smallest map in the map pool. ByuN, known for aggression, known for having a very short rush distance by ground. We'll see how Percival will approach this. We'll see. So loading into ByuN. We're not really... I was going to say we're not expecting mech. There is a style of mech that can work quite well here, but I don't know if Percival's really want to play that. Is to go into like a more tank-heavy style of mech. If we were casting Cure or Maru, then I would lean towards that. Percival, I'm less certain of. Here we go. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of ByuN, we have our Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 2-1. It is Geralt. Punishing the greed of Percival in that last game, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran down 2-1. He has to win back. He has to fight back in this game to force the ace match. It is Percival. He needs to take this game here and now to force that final ace match. Let's go. From here we're going to be settling in. We do have a double gas opener out of Percival. We're done with economic starts, and we'll see where our aggression leads us here. Something that we were trying to emphasize earlier is that, again, aggression is favored. All-ins are typically favored here on ByuN, but there are different ways to be aggressive, to be in the face of your opponents. We actually haven't seen any all-ins out of Percival so far. I mean, we kind of did, to be fair, on ley lines, but that was a little bit different. It felt like Percival was almost forced into it because of how shaky the early game was. I'm even thinking of ley lines. Oh, the games are all blending together tonight. Yeah, ley lines. So we'll see what Percival goes for this time. So recall he attempted to pull the boys. It was still a very close game. Very close. You recall that was the game where he lost his 2 tanks in the center of the map before he got across the map. Very scrappy. Very scrappy. So once again, Twilight Council. We just expect 3-gate blink out of Geralt. Again, he might go for the Robo on 2 bases. I would say it'd be wise to do so here. First, already setting up his second racks. Take it in. 1, 2, 3 probe kills. Oh, as we were expecting 3 Gate Blink, we're going into 4. 4 Gate Blink Stalker out of Geralt. We did mention how aggression was favored on Pylon, and it is, and it goes both ways. Geralt's gonna double down with 4 Gate Blink Stalker, a much rarer build nowadays, but this can pop off. Okay, Esther Geralt, you have my attention. You have my attention. The 4 gates are getting up and running. First one behind this, going to be going for a Viking follow-up. Okay. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. First one, he will commit as well. As Geralt, he doesn't go for the Robo. Who do we favor here? On the one hand, yes, it is 4 Gate Blink Stalker, but no Robo, no Prism, no Immortal Production. He's going for a third CC. That won't help here, or third Nexus, I should say. As Percival is rallying everything across the map. Catching out a Stalker. And again, this third base is not helping. The all-in is here. The all-in has arrived. Boys are being pulled. We're getting on top of the pylon. Alright, going for the gate. There we go. Pylon is going to be focused. And we'll depower 2 gateways. We're down to 2 gates. There are 2 gateways left. Geralt, he cannot reinforce. The boys are being pulled. Dives on the tank. Nice blink. Nice focus firing. Does get the tank. Does not get the Cyclone. Nice control. Oh my god, the juggling. The micro. First of all, he controls well, and he breaks through into the natural base. The Stalkers are barely standing. Good enough blink control, though. Yeah, can he hold on? Ah, he gets around it. Yeah, he gets around it. Gets caught out. At this point, Percival, he's done it. He's done it. We're down to 3 Stalkers here to flank. Almost down to 2. Percival is pushing further in. Does siege the tank, and there's no way to engage. Yeah, the Stalkers, they crumble. And Percival, he pulls off the 2 base all in. GG gets called, and Percival, he will tie up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Percival, he did go for the 2-1-1, did go for an early tank and Viking push. Yeah, the Viking at the medevac. No stim, no upgrades, just pure tank and marine, and a couple of boys were pulled as well. Hyper aggression out of Percival, just 2 base all in. Geralt, he did go 4 Gate Blink Stalker, but remember, he did not go for the Robo, so it was a bit of a weirder execution variation of 4 Gate Blink, where he did decide to expand. He got a 3rd base, no Robo, no defensive setup. Instead, he took a base. He didn't realize it was in danger. GG. GG well played. Too much greed out of Geralt. And with that, we're getting into the ace match. We're getting into Game 5. And we'll see how this story ends, as Game 5, is going to be on ley lines. Sorry, what was the map that I was thinking of then? Losing my mind. Let's have a look here. Oh, I was thinking of Nick Racked on ley lines. Yeah. That's my bad, my bad. Oh. I was thinking of Nick Rack series. It's all blending together. It's not good. But here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is Percival. Here we go. Hello, Percival. As he does move out with his first SCV. Does skirt around the left-hand side, setting up for what looks to be a proxy Rax. Oh, actually, okay, never mind. I was gonna say we could go in for like an eBay block, which we have not seen at all so far this series. The proxy has been thrown down. Yeah, the first guys are on the way. Doesn't look too committed here. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Takes a second gas. Curious to see if we do go for the add-on or not. Likewise, Geralt, he is scouting. He does check behind his mineral line before moving out. She knows the setup. Okay, just Reaper. Just going for the Proxy Reaper. So yeah, we're not too committed here from Percival. He should be transitioning back at home. Probe Scout will confirm that the Rax is missing. It will confirm both gases back at home. And Geralt does have a safety Zelda on the way just in case. So Zelda's on the way. Confirms the factory is back at home. So Geralt knows that he should be fine. He's now aware there's no crazy one base all-in setup across the map. Zelda has arrived. So far gets one probe, gets to even. That was the scouting probe across the map. So 2 workers go down. It's an okay start. It's okay. Ideally, he does want a little bit more. Rushing into the tech lab on that factory. We'll Reaper into the main. So if Geralt does defend. Let's defend back at home. Reaper does overextend. Brutal loss set for Percival. Back at him getting his own 2nd and 3rd racks. Just a 3-1-1 setup. Nothing crazy so far. No major tells yet. Oh. As we almost went for an add-on swap. Thought about it. Instead, going for tank production. Likewise, Geralt's going into his own 3-gate setup, so 3-gate blink out of Geralt, very safe play. From here, he should be expanding. Here comes a probe, here comes the expansion. Jump in towards the main, gets intercepted. Oh. Welcome is not broken, gets a Stalker. Nice pick off. First he pulls away, there's that 3rd Nexus. Meanwhile behind this we're going into tank production and a Banshee play as well. I don't see any add-ons here. We're still cranking out more Marines. Uh-oh. No stim. No sim timing here. Looks like Percival is gearing up towards an early move out. Early tank production. We have a 3rd tank on the way. Percival is coming. Yeah, here we go. He pulls the boys. The boys are being pulled. We have a big commitment here from Percival. Again, the purpose of this build is that he completely avoids stim, combat shields, and he upgrades in favor of as many tanks as possible. The purpose of this all-in is to hit with his tanks, to protect them, to buffer. The Marines are only there to buffer. As the tanks are pushing, 3rd tank is on the way. Can he get on top of the 3rd base? Can he get on top of the natural? As Geralt, he knows. Throws down his shield batteries. If he can snipe with the tanks, that could be game. Oh, gets a medevac. Bleeds out 2 Stalkers. Bleeds out a lot of Stalkers. There's a lot of Stalkers going down. Tanks, they siege, they get within range of the shield battery. We're catching reinforcements. Nicely done. Gets 2 Marines. Picks up 2 Marines, coming in from behind. Can we get a full surround? Tanks are looking exposed. Yeah, they're looking vulnerable. Does have the tank. He gets 1. 1 tank goes down. But he will miss that reinforcing tank. Oh, Willie though. Can he get it? 1 more volley. Oh, barely gets a tank. Whew. Takes down the 2nd tank. Now going for the dive on the final tank. 1 more volley. Does get it. 0 tanks left. 0 Banshees left. And Geralt is holding. Geralt is trying to hold on. I say that another tank has arrived. Marines, they punish the Stalkers. tank goes down. These are expensive losses here for Percival. Still rallying. And remember, these are still vanilla Marines. Still no upgrades. His charge is done. Charge is complete. That's control. And Kyoshi just outscaling. He's just outscaling Percival. Yes, back at home, now we start Stim, combat shields, we throw down extra Raxes. Now we have that tech transition, but this is all so late for Percival. Oh, gets another tank. And Gyothi's running away with this. He's running away with this. He will clean up every single unit on the map. And just take it from here. Just snowball from here. Percival down to almost nothing. Taking out more Marines. Nice control there from Geralt. Zell say tank the tank shots. The boys are pulled to repair. Despite that, the tank still goes down. Still falls. And again, after the all-in failed, I mean, it's been looking bleak here for Percival. He was close. He was close to breaking Geralt. So very close. Oh no, the tank pops out, gets surrounded instantly. And it looks like Geralt, he will claim the series. It was an intense back and forth, went all the way to the ace match. There were definitely moments for both players. Better moments. But here, again, put it all in the all-in. And he got shut down. So crucial that Geralt was able to engage ahead of time, pick off the early tanks. Remember, before the all-in really got to siege up and push into the bases, we saw that Percival, he lost 2 tanks. 2 tanks went down early. And with that, Percival, he should not recover in this game, as he will bleed out 38 SCVs. GG! Geralt, he will claim the series 3-2. And Geralt will be this week's Galaxy Open Cup Season 2 champion. GG. Hi. GG, well played. Congratulations to Geralt. Again, a very intense back and forth here between our 2 players. We did have the attempted all-in out of Percival, but so important that Geralt was able to actually get eyes on the all-in, come in from behind, catch reinforcements, and focus on those tanks before they could really come into play. Despite moving out with 3 tanks, only one of them really got to siege up, and even then, it didn't last too long either. So really important that Geralt was able to slow it down, engage, and surround, and now position Percival. GG, well played with that. Congratulations. Shout out to Percival for making it to the finals, of course. He did fight hard here to make it to those finals, to make it to the ace match as well. And there's a world out there where he does claim the series, for sure. There's a world where he does claim the series and where he would have taken it, but not this time, not this week, not in this tournament. GG, well played. With that, we are going to be wrapping up for the evening. Do apologize for being a little bit fatigued towards the tail end of this broadcast, where I was like misspeaking a little bit. It's been 5 hours back-to-back casts, and it is 1 a.m. here in the morning, so gonna go and try to get some sleep. Here and get ready for tomorrow's cast. Speaking of tomorrow's cast, bam, as you can see here, we're gonna be live with RSL. The Revival StarCraft League is going to be tomorrow. You can see the Saturday schedule, the beginning of the weekend. So tomorrow, we're going to have RSL and Maestros of the game right after. So once again, back-to-back broadcasts of RSL into Maestros. That's going to be on Saturday and on Sunday as well. So back-to-back with RSL and Maestros. Likewise, on Monday, we have WarDTV Monday. On Tuesday, we have the OSC Mid-Season Playoffs and Tuna Cup. We got Pegastar Cup, Little League Cup, RSLG. So we have a really busy schedule coming up ahead of us here, as always, on the CranKy Ducklings. As always, Pappy, as always. Once again, just to reiterate, for as you can see, for this period of like 5 days, we do not have any morning casts. We have back-to-back evening casts instead, just so we can get some proper sleep going and rest up and wake up as well. That's the plan. That is the plan. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. So we're going to be heading off here for the time being, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more Revival StarCraft League, where we are going to be featuring, I believe it is ByuN versus Down and Raynor versus Shin. Those are going to be the 2 series tomorrow in tomorrow's RSL broadcast. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it here. Gracias, papi, gracias. Otherwise, who's live at the moment? Who can we raid? Who can we send everyone over to? Let's have a look. Let us have a look. I can see Steadfast, he's covering Kung Fu Cup. Would you see Wardy covering some replays? Who else is live? Gabe is laddering. I saw Gigi Machine, he was live. I might raid Este Machine. Might give him some love. Who else is live? I see Senator Sadsack also live. True. But we've been rating him quite a bit recently. So we'll spread the love. We'll spread the love, papi. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for support, and we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft for the RSL and for Maestros of the game. See you then, papi. See you then. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi. Ciao.